Hello, 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 beasties. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, here we go. I'm back. Let me open the court window again. How's everybody doing? Okay. Hey, Tex, how are you? How are you guys doing? How are you, Tex? Oh my God, it's going to be a struggle bus day with the phone. This whole day is just. I'm ready. I'm ready to. I am ready to throw this day in the trash. How are you, Ardo? Ardo, I've missed you, my darling. How are you? So, I'm going to have to adjust the name of the stream, but I threw it up last night. Things have been a little bit crazy. So, this is the trial we were waiting on last week. Hey, Mayor Wrench. This is the one we were waiting on last week. They finished jury selection Monday evening. Yesterday was the first day. Later tonight, I am going to play day 1 of the trial with opening, but there was some stuff going on and I wasn't feeling well yesterday that prevented that stream from happening yesterday. So, while we all talk, I don't want that little, I need like big screen, but sort of big. Come on. It did. Struggle bus. Okay. This is what I'm going to need. Let's refresh. Is Adams online yet? Adams, are you here yet? Okay. So Division L. Okay, so we're early. We are early. It's supposed to be 8:30, not 9. Okay, so it's going at 9. Okay. So court's going in an hour. What would we like to do? I'm not quite sure. What are we gonna do? Let me find a complaint. I know what I'll do. Oh. Yeah, we can reconvene. I'm actually going to try pull something up real quick. I'm going to try to pull something up real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. Here's what we're going to do. Okay, guys. We're going to cover an article about it, and then we will talk, and then we'll pull it up. Okay, so let's make sure I can see myself, because struggle bus of the morning. So, here we go. Opening arguments begin in the trial of 2 paramedics charged in connection with Elijah McClain's death. Paramedics did nothing to help Elijah McClain, the 23-year-old black man who died following a police encounter, according to the Colorado prosecutor who delivered opening remarks in the trial of 2 EMTs charged in McClain's death. Jeremy Cooper and Peter, I can't say that last name, were Aurora Fire and Rescue paramedics who injected McClain with 500 milligrams of ketamine on October 24, 2019, in Aurora, Colorado, after an encounter with police for rapid tranquilization in order to minimize time struggling. They intentionally injected Elijah McClain, who was lying on the ground, barely moving, struggling to breathe, with overdose ketamine without following a single step of their training and protocols. They conducted no assessment. They didn't speak a word to Elijah. They didn't put a finger on him. And they overdosed him with 150% of the dose someone his size should have gotten. Then they failed to even check on him until his pulse was gone. They knew better. They're charged with criminally negligent homicide, second-degree assault, and crimes of violence. Cichunic is facing an additional charge of manslaughter because he ordered the ketamine and Cooper injected it. They've pled not guilty. Cooper's attorney argued he checked McClain's vitals and confirmed he had a pulse, could breathe right before administering the ketamine. The other attorney explained to the jury the reason the paramedics didn't check his vitals again was because of protocol. Evidence shows the reason restraints were needed was because the drugs they're used to sedate are not 100% effective. During opening arguments, explaining since police told his client that McClain was struggling with them as they arrested him, he could pose a threat if he came back into consciousness. When someone comes out of sedation, they come out of the same way they went under. Stopped by police on his way home from a convenience store after a passerby called 911 to report him being sketchy. The officer was first on the scene, placed him in a carotid hold. The other 2 officers moved him by force to the grass and restrained him. He was restrained in handcuffs, according to the indictment. State attorney played the body camera. His last words of "help me." Lowe argued that as soon as they noticed he didn't have a pulse in the ambulance, they began life-saving measures. They don't stop when they get to the hospital. They watched the entry into the hospital. There was AFR, Aurora Fire Rescue employee, on that person's chest, giving him CPR all the way into the hospital, all the way into the ER. He was declared brain dead and died on October 30th, 2019. They diagnosed him with excited delirium. He was handcuffed. And these complications of ketamine. Okay. So, Texas, hey, see, Alan, Texas Mama Bear, we have to see. Now, here's the thing. I'm skeptical. I'm highly skeptical of this. Now, let's look at Aurora Fire Department. Let me see if I can find their ALS. Let's find the Aurora protocols. That's way old. I don't even know if it's in here. Let's see. Yeah, they don't have that on this one. Let's find their protocols. Okay, they use the Denver EMS. protocols. Here we go. 2023. We have current protocols here. But I'm guessing they've changed it since then, so that wouldn't be the protocol they used then. But you know what we're going to do? We'll pull one that I know. We're going to pull a protocol that I am super familiar with. How's that? We're going to do it this way. We're going to do it the easy way. So let's look at my protocols from when I was a paramedic. So this is, I don't want that. Let's get you a little bit bigger so I can see. Well, I don't, I need the comments. Here we go. Comments. Okay. Let's see, maybe a little bit bigger, see if we can read it better. There we go. Pennsylvania Department of Health. Let's look at the PA ALS protocols. So, yeah. Now, what they were talking about is they said they got him for excited delirium, which would be under the psych. So that would be, as you can see in Pennsylvania, that's 8,001 and 8,002. Now, it's going to be fairly far. Fairly far into this is what that's going to do. So, where are we here? 831. Yay, I was getting close. Done this way too many times. Okay. Let's go to 8,001 to start. Okay. So, let me pull this up so I can see you guys. Slide you over a little bit. Let's do this. Can I still see this? There we go. Okay. So we are going to cover the PA protocol. So here's the thing. This is the Pennsylvania State Protocol for what they're talking about, which would be agitated behavior and psychiatric disorders. This is the ALS, which would be in the Advanced Life Support Protocol, so a paramedic, so the same level of professional that Aurora is. These protocols are all modeled after the national kind of scope of practice. Pennsylvania is somewhat conservative. So let's look at our protocols and we will see. And you're going to see that it's a flowchart, right? So follow the BLS, which is the Basic Life Support Agitated Behavior Psychiatric Disorders Protocol. What that means, a BLS protocol is what can the EMTs do? EMTs cannot give medications. EMTs are limited to non-invasive intervention. And then it says, the safety of EMS personnel is top priority. Wait for law enforcement if the scene's unsafe. Request law enforcement. So in our case here, law enforcement was already there. Yeah, Texas, we can. Give me 1 minute. Hey, Nick. Spencer, darling, I have that email for you. Just let me get through this. So we know police are already there. We're going to operate at face value initially, right? They're going to show us videos during the trial. I have intentionally not watched or researched the majority of this because I want to see the evidence as presented. If I do a ton of outside research, that's going to taint my analysis. I want to see what the jury is seeing. Now, once we have seen what the jury is seeing, we will look at other things and we will cover them. Hey, Tex, do you want to pop up? It's up to you. So let's cover the protocol. So it says physical restraint of patient indicated. Yes. So what does that say? You must contact medical command if possible after restraining any patient against his or her will. Now, what does this mean? Pennsylvania and most states understand that the paramedics are going to show up, and even with police, we cannot always physically be like, okay, everybody hold the phone, let me call and talk to a doctor. If it's going bad or people are fighting, you need to deal with it, especially restraining them against their will, for everybody's safety, and then you can call. So it says follow the appropriate protocol and, restrain them and then contact medical command. Now, here's now where it's gonna get interesting. Here's where it's gonna talk about the sedation. So we're gonna look at the sedation, and then we're gonna go to the next page, which is what they would have gone to because he was struggling and violent and we had to restrain him. So let's look at, let's skip. Let's take a step out of this and let's go to the next page. We'll come back to this. Right? Here we go. Delirium with agitated behavior. Now you're going to see this as statewide ALS protocol optional. Why is this an optional protocol? It's an optional protocol because certain drugs and certain procedures are not mandatory. You have mandatory things, which means you have to carry those drugs and you have to be capable of doing these things. Most states, Pennsylvania included, have a list of drugs that require a special level of training or a special paramedic or special certification or what they call a special sign-off. And you have two ways to do that. Your service chooses, and so your medical director kind of teaches everybody and you go through it. Or like in my case, I am what they call a resource medic. Tex, you want to come up? I'm a resource medic. Well, I was. I used to be at the hospital and I had a Tahoe, and I went out in these situations to handle things that were kind of out of the scope of a very basic paramedics grip world, especially if they're new. That they might need a little bit of help, and the medical directors thought we should have me. Okay, Dex. Just want to make sure you knew the offer was there. So let's look at the delirium with agitated behavior, because that's what they're claiming he had. So signs and symptoms, yes or no, and we're going to go through those in a minute. Those are after the flowchart. So we're going to say yes. Assess the IMCRAS score. We're going to say yes because, again, he is struggling. Police, we're going to say we couldn't at that exact point in time call. We're going to follow the protocol. Must contact medical command, and here's your say, if possible. The if possible, we'll read the footnote. But again, it is safety, okay? So prepare the restraint team. Prepare for airway management. Now, here's where we're going to overlap, right? Ketamine, a single dose, 4 milligrams per kilogram IM, or IV or IO if it's already in place. We know hey Parson, we know he was given the ketamine IM. Why is that? He was given the ketamine IM because it's really hard to get an IV into somebody that's that agitated and is fighting you. So here's my other what I am curious. How um how much did he weigh? How much did he weigh? Let's look. Now, so let's see. Elijah McClain, so he weighs 65 kilograms. Now, he was 23, Navy Techs. He was 23. Here's the thing. So he weighs 65 kilograms, and we dose by kilograms. IM is intramuscular, so it's a shot in the muscle. IV is intravenous, which means via like the IV. Generally, if somebody is fighting, we're gonna give it to them IM because like they're not gonna sit there for me to Spencer, it doesn't actually mean it means in the muscle, it means intramuscular. There's actually technically a separate one for fat. If you're giving an intramuscular injection, we don't want to try to give it into fat. We use an 1.5 inch long needle, so we will go intramuscular. Hold on. Texas Mama Bear. I apologize in advance if I ever share. I made a voluntary choice for inpatient health. You advocate for anyone's bipolar. Yeah, no, Mama Bear, you're good, and we're gonna cover it. Just give me 1 second. So here's the thing. We dose off of kilograms. So he's 65 kilograms. It's really hard to do math in the field in an emergency, right? I don't have time to whip out a calculator. If I need to sedate you because you're that violent, like I'm not. We generally tell people to guess what the person weighs. And a lot of the times I tell new paramedics take 100 kilograms, which is 220 pounds, which is around your average adult male. Take 220, so you go 100 kilograms. It's easy for dosing, and then scale it down from there. So if you think he's only 100 pounds, divide that by 2 if you need to. The other thing you need to remember is it can be really hard. He was wearing a hoodie and a jacket. It can be hard to guess weight. We've all seen pictures of me and we've all had this discussion. I'm almost 6 feet tall. I weigh 135 pounds. But if you guess, like if I walk up to a guy and I'm like, guess what I weigh? Well, generally most guys are like, I'm not that dumb. And I'm like, no, I'm not worried about that. But if I ask students to guess what I weigh, most of them guess I weigh about 180 pounds. Most guys my height and guys in the chat that are of kind of an average build. I mean, we know Texas is big military build. The guys in the chat are of an average build. If you are like 5'9", 5'10", 6 feet tall, what do you weigh? Give me your ballpark. About what do you weigh? In my experience, those guys weigh about 180 pounds. So 143, looking at the picture I am looking at of him, I would have ballparked him a little bit higher. But regardless, so 65 kilograms. So this says in Pennsylvania, we're going to give 4 milligrams per kilogram. Okay, Spencer's 5'10" and 165. Okay, so Spencer's about 20 pounds more than this guy. So we'll see what other people say. So we're going to look at the 65 kilograms. Pennsylvania, it's a 4 milligrams per kilogram loading dose. So that would be 260 milligrams of ketamine. Mayor is 6 feet tall and 170. Okay, so we're going to look. Okay, so if I use his actual weight, that says he gets a loading dose of 260 milligrams, right? So now we're going to look at, we're going to go with 180. So we'll go close to you guys. because I'll kind of be quote. Oh, I know you're 6 inches tall. So we're gonna go with 80 kilograms. Spencer, you're roughly Spencer Mayor Wrenchman around your size about 80 kilograms. So 320, right? 320 milligrams. They gave him 350. Depending on how their ketamine comes, in that situation, giving 350, rounding it up that little bit, is reasonable because you can't always dilute things out to get a lower dose. They gave him 350, which is 1.5 times the dose in Pennsylvania they should have. But again, it's not unreasonable because they could have just ballparked him a little heavy, right? Now, it says if suspected or no presence of benzos, we wouldn't suspect or know. So, 10 minutes after ketamine, is the sedation effective? We're going to say yes because he was out. You must monitor and document ECG, which is the cardiac monitor, the oxygen, your end tidal CO2, the INCRAS, and the vital score every 5 minutes. Manage the airway and ventilate as needed, and put in normal saline, and then check blood sugar. Now, here's where we're going to talk about the IMCRAS, which is the Improved Montgomery County Richmond Agitation Sedation Scale. IMCRAS. 4, combative. Overly combative, immediate danger to staff. Very agitated, pulls, removes tubes and catheters. We are agitated, frequent, non-purposeful movements. We are saying that he was a 4 because he required law enforcement. So he met criteria. Now, here's where we're gonna look at the wording of the criteria, right? Um Ardo, okay. Spencer, I'm assuming you do it intranasally or you're doing it for the PTSD. Caroline, I'm going to pull that in a second and tell you. Give me 1 second. Let's go through the actual protocol, okay? So, a completely and universally accepted definition for delirium with agitated behavior has not yet been established. For the purpose of the protocol, they must meet the criteria for delirium with agitated behavior by the following conditions. They present with many of the following constellation of features: exceptional or abnormal pain tolerance, tachypnea, which means you're breathing faster, tactile hyperthermia, which means when I touch you, you're hot to the touch, unusual strength, the lack of tiring against restraint, inappropriate clothing for the environmental temperature. These would be my people that strip down buck ass necky in the middle of winter and are in the middle of the street, and I'm like, sir, it's cold, sir. Violent and paranoid behavior, rapid developing of symptoms, rapidly fluctuating periods of common delirium. Patients exhibiting signs of delirium with agitated behavior can occur as a result of ingestion of intoxicants or stimulant substances, included but not limited to ethanol intoxicants, sympathomimetics, which is cocaine, meth, ADHD, MDMA, dissociative agents, PCP, LSD, dextromethorphan, K2, spice, all of that. Less commonly, a patient with delirium with agitated behavior can be triggered by an underlying psychiatric disease. So this would be what Mama Bear is talking about when you have somebody that's bipolar. You can have it, or someone that's schizophrenic. You cannot use this protocol on someone over 65. Okay. So this is the system requirement, which talks about your licensing. So here's where we're going to look at the other footnotes. Now, here's explains like how we place them, how to do things IM. We're supposed to be trying to de-escalate your performance parameters, which talk about how you deal with things. Now, we're going to go back up here to this first one, right? The first one gives you sedation options for benzo sedation. Why would we choose benzo sedation over certain drugs? Right? Why? Well, not everyone carries ketamine like we've discussed. But here's the other thing you need to remember. Not everyone carries it, and some, like I said, situations require additional training for it. So let's look. Do we have the medication list? It's not on here. Okay. So we're talking. So let me see if I want to. Let me pull theirs. Their behavioral. Here we go. 6,011. Paramedic. They have droperidol. Okay, so currently their medical protocols, they use droperidol, which is Haldol. It has its own issues. So why would I use ketamine over like Valium, right? That's the big question. Now, here's the problem. We're going to look at ketamine. Ketamine's an anesthetic drug, right? It's considered to be ideal for asthmatic patients or a lot of people because it decreases bronchospasm, which during induction, we don't need that. But here's the important part. It does not produce significant depression of ventilation. Respiratory depression is uncommon with ketamine, but in rare circumstances, it can occur. If you use ketamine with alcohol or other depressants, then you will get respiratory depression. So, what they did is give ketamine, and you generally don't expect respiratory depression. So I'm interested when they talk today and they talk about the toxicology to see what else he was on. It shouldn't have caused it. But even if we're going to say they overdosed him, I will look. Let me look at if they have the formal report out. Otherwise, this is the only kind of research I'm going to do because I want to see what they present me. But okay. So they're saying that they gave him 500 milligrams. Is that a lot? Yes. Let me check one thing. So, ketamine. Five mg per kg. So, if we're gonna go with 80 kilograms, like we were guessing initially. Okay, so did they give him too much? Yes. It's a high dose. It's on the high side. But if you're going off them estimating weight, it is not it's not out of the realm because we redose. So if we're gonna look at him getting that amount of ketamine, is it a lot for his size? Yes. Did they misguess his weight? Yes. Should it have ended this way? No. Now, if you looked at the PA protocol when we were talking about it, we can redose, but it says prepare for respiratory. So in the event that it does depress their respiratory function or they're unconscious, we can intubate and breathe for them, and it's not a problem. So I'm going to be interested to see what the documentation of his vitals after. We've only seen some of the reporting. We haven't seen their report. So I'm waiting to see that. And we'll see what they say. But again, yes, it's a lot. They're newer. They were probably somewhat newer paramedics, they said. And I know some of the issue with this case also hinges on, did they give it because the police kind of influenced them to, or what? And that's another topic. But if we are looking at the drug itself, if you gave someone that weight 500 milligrams of ketamine, even if it depressed the respiratory drive, if I intubate them because they'd be out, I can take care of the respiration until it wears off and there's no problem. There are other problems in all of this involving things like agitated delirium. So that'll come later. And we'll discuss that as it comes up. So let me look at the questions real quick. So Mama Bear, where was your question? So yes, Spencer, yeah, Caroline, they gave 500, but we're going to see about that. What you find amazing is often people put some stranger in fear of their life and then they bitch when their reflex to not comply. Okay, Caroline, you and I have had this argument before. This trial and what we're watching is, we're not going to talk about how he responded, why he fought police. This trial is about the paramedics. We're looking at this from an EMS perspective, and that's how we're going to look at this trial. I am a big proponent of de-escalation. Anybody who's had me on a call knows that you get one of three Lokis. You get the very, very, very nice Loki because it's a kid. It's a little old sweet person. You get Loki who's there for you. Two, you get the Loki who, no, we're not playing games. You are FAFO. You are fighting, you are biting, you are doing stupid things and you don't want to listen and you're going to try to fight me and then you run into a problem. And then we have the one where the person's agitated, they're dealing with the police, you have a whole thing. I will generally try to talk them down to a point. The problem is people can be incredibly violent, especially if there's a psych component. I have shown the screenshot of the dispatch for my person that was naked in the front yard swinging a mailbox. That person is not someone I'm walking up to and I'm going to be like, hi, honey, calm down. It's not We're not doing that, okay? So, Spencer, I'm going to ask you do me a favor and not call people crazy. Psychiatric illness does not mean crazy, and that bothers me. And I try not to stigmatize mental health as much as I can. Is it Navy Tex is enough to cause respiratory depression? It is if you get other things in a system, and we'll see. Texas Mom Bear, you're understanding ketamine. It's typically used in animals, chronic pain management, mental health. Can someone pick a lane? Texas Mom Bear, it's used for a variety of things. Yes, it is used in as a veterinary anesthetic. Yeah, it's used for chronic pain management and mental health care. There's no reason to pick a lane. We can use it for all of them. We're not, Navy Tech's the tox is going to come out today or during this trial. Caroline, nothing to consider. If it's police events, you have no good info. Caroline, it's not that we don't consider that we don't have good info. 99% of the time I have good information from police. Police are not across the board bad. We're not going to paint people with a broad brush. Are there bad cops like Chauvin? Yes. But that is not the majority. You're saying we don't have good information because he might have already been, let's say because he was already fighting. He was drunk, he was acting out. It doesn't matter. If you're drunk and acting out, I generally still have to sedate you because I'm not sedating you always because you're a danger to me. A lot of the times I am sedating you because you are a danger to yourself. If you fight with agitated delirium, you can cause something called rhabdomyolysis, which is where your body breaks down muscles, or you can fight so hard during agitated delirium that you cause your own cardiac arrest. So in those situations when someone's highly combative, we have to sedate them as a safety measure for themselves. Texas Mama Bear, taking my seizure meds for seizures, migraines, autoimmune. You're not. Yeah, Texas Mama Bear. Yeah, no, Spencer. Yeah, you said how else for crazy people. I don't. I try to keep Spencer. Like, you don't have to apologize to me. Just kind of in general, I have no issues discussing these things. I just like to try to keep away from stigmatizing mental health because there are plenty of people with mental health issues and PTSD and all of that everyone's like, oh, they're crazy. They're not. They have a mental health condition, and Spencer, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying kind of across the board. There's people that don't seek mental health treatment because they don't want to be labeled crazy, and so I just try to keep that language out of it. It's nothing. I'm not like mad. You're med compliant, yes, yet you fear CNS depressant meds. Texas Mama Bear, just about everything is technically CNS depressant to a point and a certain degree. Navy Tech Special K, yeah. So if you're giving somebody, if someone's taking ketamine recreationally, which would be Special K, that's in an unacceptable dose, and it's not in a therapeutic dose. And I can tell you, up here we go. Come on, guys. Okay, guys, here we go.
Well, yeah, they does not.
Okay. Guys, you'll have to let me know if I need to turn them up or down. So here we're in courtroom L for the trial. It should be starting any minute. Texas Mama Bear, you're good, sweetheart. You're good, sweetheart. You know that. So we're gonna leave them up. It should start fairly quickly because they're gonna bring it up. But I want to have it up at least. At least I don't have to stare at a screen going, "Have they seated a jury yet?" Like last week. Even if they gave him too much, it happens. We can manage that. And there's no reason that we cannot manage that. None. Now, them not managing it's the problem. Them not appropriately managing it is the problem. So, just bringing in the
The jurors have returned to the courtroom and are being seated, where it will recall 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. The parties and counsel are present. Please be seated. Next witness for the people.
Call Deputy Chief Alan Robnett.
Step over here to my right. You just have to walk around the flat panel to spring.
And Your Honor, before we do that, can you make sure that our juror
Okay.
has the headset?
It's in his lap.
Oh, I can put it on.
Just make sure you.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear or affirm.
I do.
Based upon the COVID panels we have up, I'll need to ask you to either speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone. If you could state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Alan Robnett, ALLEN ROBNETT.
All right, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Based on your outfit today, is your title Deputy Chief?
That's correct.
And where do you currently work?
City of Aurora.
And in what capacity?
I'm Deputy Chief of Member Services for the Aurora Fire Rescue.
And how long have you been with Aurora Fire?
34 years.
Wow.
That's okay, Mama Bear. We know.
What positions
Can
have
you guys
held
hear them?
within Aurora Fire?
Firefighter, fire investigator, lieutenant, captain, battalion chief, commander, and now deputy chief.
And at some time, were you also the public information officer?
As a captain, I was a public information officer.
Now, in order to have this role within Aurora Fire, what sort of education and training do you have?
I never held the position of training chief. However, battalion chief, you need a Bachelor of Science degree
Okay.
or a 4-year degree, I should say.
Okay, and do you have that 4-year
I
degree?
do.
Okay. And throughout your career, have you also been taking additional training, certifications, and
Certainly.
were those related specifically to the position that you would hold at that particular time?
Yes,
So for example, when you were a firefighter, you would take continuing education classes related to being a firefighter?
correct.
Caroline, alcohol is not contraindicated. It just
Apologies.
warns you
Apparently the
that
directional,
you have a
is not in my
higher
direction
risk
yet.
of
There we go.
potentiation or it depressing the respiratory system. It is
So
not a
as,
contraindication.
and I apologize, can you please repeat your exact title now?
Deputy Chief, Member Services, Aurora Fire Rescue.
Okay, and what are you responsible for as the Deputy Chief of Member Services?
In my section, I have the Health and Safety Officer, I have the recruiter, I have the Commander of Training, and the training staff.
And when you say you have them, does that mean that they are?
Those are my direct reports, yes.
So you supervise them?
That's correct.
Okay. So in your role, are you familiar with the policies and procedures that are in place with Aurora Fire Rescue?
I am.
Does Aurora Fire Rescue have a set of guidelines that kind of set out how AFR operates as an entity?
They do, yes.
And what is that called?
It's called the Manual of Procedures.
What's the purpose of the Manual of Procedures?
Manual of Procedures are to give directives to the members on how to conduct business as Aurora Fire Rescue.
And do these apply to fire medics?
Absolutely.
Do these apply to all members within?
All
AFR?
members,
Okay,
sworn and civilian,
pardon me?
sworn and civilian.
Sworn and civilian, okay.
So what he's talking about is paid
And
versus
who creates
volunteer.
this Manual of Procedures?
Historically, the executive staff recreated it, way back when, and then every year it is modified and brought up to current.
Okay, and who, so it's updated every year?
It is.
Okay. And who gets to decide what is updated or changed?
So I believe it's 2017, we began a practice of, for a month of the year, all members are given a directive by the chief to review the manual of procedures and provide feedback, recommendations for changes. Those feedback come to the executive staff who will incorporate or reject those changes and then add their own, recommendations. Then a draft copy is given to the fire chief, and the fire chief does a final review and final draft.
Okay, and once that draft is finalized, how does that get disseminated to everybody within AFR?
For the past few years, it's been disseminated in an email, a memorandum, giving the chief's comments, and then the final draft.
Now, the manual itself, how big is that manual?
It's about 510 pages.
Okay, so rather than, and actually, let me back up just a moment. Are you familiar with the Manual of Procedures as it was in 2019?
Yes.
So rather than introduce the entire manual, I would like to just focus kind of on specific sections.
Okay.
And if I could please have shown just to the witness, I'm going to kind of group some exhibits together because I think it'll be easier if we talk about them as a whole and then kind of break it out later,
Okay.
if that works for you. So if I could please have shown to the witness Exhibit 230. And do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
This is a memorandum introducing the manual procedures to the department, the final version.
And how do you know what this is?
Each member receives this memo when the manual was published. And then in preparation for this, I reviewed the memo.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation? Excuse me. Oh, just lost my screen. But is this a fair and accurate representation of the memorandum that was sent?
It went off of my screen as well. I'm sorry.
I thought it was my fault. There we go. Is it back on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate representation of the memorandum that was sent out to members in 2019?
Yes.
Okay, if you could move to exhibit 233, please. And do you know what this is? And I think there are several pages, and if you can, do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
This is the preamble. So it's the way the chief introduces the manual procedures to the department.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of the preamble that was contained in the 2019 Manual of Procedures?
Yes.
Can you please show the witness exhibit 235? 235, sorry. All right, is it showing on your screen?
It is.
Do you know what this is?
This is section 3 of the manual procedures.
And how do
Right.
you know that that's what this is?
It's titled as such, training and personnel support.
Okay, and is this a smaller section within the larger manual?
I'd have to look at it to gauge the
Yeah, not
the
a-
relative size.
Sorry, that was a poorly worded question. Not as compared to other sections of the manual, but is this just one section within the manual?
Correct.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of section 3.1 as it was contained in the manual in 2019?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
All right, now I'll just let counsel and the witness know that we have a very good court reporter today, but if you're both speaking at the same time, she can't report on that. So just give a little pause between the question and answer, please.
Thank you. And if we could please show the witness exhibit 231.
Yeah, Parson, it's nothing
showing
by
on your
law and
screen?
like
It
law and
is.
order.
Do you know what this is?
This is going to be a little bit boring
This
where they
is
cover the
section
policy
5
and procedure.
the
It's going to be
manual
much more
procedures.
interesting
And
once
how
they
do you know
start
what this is?
introducing
It is titled as such.
evidence of what actually
And is
happened.
this a
Right
fair
now,
and
they're just
accurate
laying
representation
foundation.
of section 5 as it was contained within the 2019 Manual of Procedures?
Yes. To the best of my recollection.
And Spencer,
Okay. And
medications
can
change
we
over time.
please turn to,
Like
or
it took
show
you
the
years to
witness
find something that
exhibit
worked, but that's not to say it
232?
can't stop working at any time. I did ketamine infusions
Do you know what
for
this is?
my arm, and
This is section
After a while,
5.4,
yeah,
so
I
contained
was
within
done.
section 5. This is the 4th chapter.
Okay, and what is this?
This is AFR and transport provider on-scene coordination.
And are you familiar with this section within the Manual of Procedures?
I am familiar with it. I have a cursory understanding of it. However, I was not in that operations position at that point, so I am not as up to speed on this particular section.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of section 5.4 as it would have appeared in the 2019 Manual?
To the best of my recollection, I'm sorry, to the best of my recollection.
So these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exhibits that we just went through, are these all contained within the 2019 Manual of Procedures that we were talking about earlier?
To the best of my
the
recollection.
wonderful,
yes.
beautiful Iris is in the house.
And are they
How
a
are
fair
you,
and accurate
love?
representation?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to introduce exhibits 230, 233, 235, 231, and 232.
For dire or objection.
There's no board hour of
I know that feeling, Iris.
All right, the court will admit exhibits
Yes,
230,
Parson, they prove
231,
jurisdiction. They
232,
all work for Aurora.
233, and 235.
We have nobody fun building box forts. Never thought I'd miss a day in your Brooks,
Permission to
a
publish.
Brooks trial. But I
Yeah.
mean, Box Fort Man was,
Can you please show?
he was great.
Exhibit 230.
or even like the prosecutors from New Mexico Cummings, they were there. Oh, yeah.
So Chief Deputy
This
Recknett,
should get way
is this
interesting
the
once they're
memorandum
not
that we
doing
were
the
talking about a
procedural
moment
stuff.
ago?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the purpose of attaching the memorandum to the front of the manual of procedures?
That is the chief indicating to the membership that the manual of procedures has been finalized. This is the final version, and giving it an effective date of when this version of the manual of procedures will go in.
Okay. And I can't see it on my screen, but within this letter, it talks about how the training division will follow up with details about how the new procedures will be updated and how review verification will occur. What is review verification?
So the review verification is, if any additional feedback comes through, if some sort of typo.
You are correct,
or
Iris.
Something was not
But this is going to be like a whole different view since it's of the
communicated.
medics.
Correctly, that verification would take place. And usually that is an administrative function to change it. However, if it changes a policy or procedure, then a change
Iris,
order
there's
would be
access to it, but I'm not going to pull in anything else until we see what
announce
they
to the
introduce because
department
I
that
want
this policy or procedure
to
was
go
changed.
through the
Okay, so if
evidence
there's
they
a
have
change,
first
everyone is notified of that
before we
change.
bring in
Correct.
other
Okay.
things because
Thank
we
you.
want to look at what the jury has.
Can we please show exhibit 233? And is this the preamble that we were just talking about?
Correct.
And what is the purpose of the preamble?
Every
Preamble
time I
is
hear
the chief
preamble, I do the like we the
introducing the
people
manual
things.
procedures.
Parson paramedics do
and-
not have body
and,
cams for
His
several
expectation
reasons.
for the
I
day-to-day
have a
operation
body
of the
cam
fire
because I
Okay, and
used
is
to
the
because I had a
preamble,
dual position,
Approximately 8 pages.
but
approximately.
paramedics do not wear body
And in the
cams.
preamble, does it outline the hierarchy within Aurora Fire?
It does.
And where do lieutenants fall in that scale?
Lieutenant is a company officer, so it depending on their assignment, it could fall in different places in the organizational chart.
And what about fire medics?
Fire medic, you can be a lieutenant and a fire medic. You can be a firefighter and a fire medic. So 2005, every member of the organization is required to become a fire medic.
Okay.
So at any position in the organization, you can be a fire medic.
Okay. And what about EMTs? Where do they fall on the scale?
EMT basically is the same, it falls the same way as the fire medic. Prior to 2005, EMT was the standard of medical training, the minimum medical training. And I believe that was true since 1985.
So you said we have lieutenants who can also be company officers.
Correct.
And then below that, do we have station officers?
No.
No.
So each station has a captain that is considered the station captain, and he coordinates the function, the administrative function of that station. And then he is also that captain is also a company officer at that station. And the lieutenants that are assigned to that station are company officers for their particular apparatus, but they also have duties in the station to support the station
Parson,
captain.
I had
Okay, when you
firefighter
say particular
paramedic as a title
apparatus,
for
What are you referring to?
15
So a
years.
station is assigned
It's
an
really not that
apparatus, all
cool.
stations. So it could be one or two apparatus, and in some cases, 3 apparatus. So if the officer is
Iris, I saw
assigned
it when
to
it
an
was
engine
when it
company,
happened, but I'm not going to go back and watch
then
it while
they're
we're
the
watching
company
the trial.
officer for that crew.
And when you're talking about apparatus, are you talking about kind of the types of, for my lack of understanding?
Big red trucks.
Big red trucks. Okay. So we have fire engines, and you called that an engine company?
An engine company, simple way to look at it is it has water and hose.
Okay.
A ladder company has a big ladder on top.
And you said sometimes there's a third.
There could be at that
Oh, my
station
lord, I
a
do not
medical
have the
service
time
unit.
nor the
There
crayons
could be
to explain
a
to you what
battalion
all the
chief,
big
and
woo-woos
there also
mean.
could be a specialty unit such as the technical rescue team or
Like,
the hazardous materials team.
seriously, like,
Okay. And so within Aurora Fire, you
Mm.
sometimes have
if it's red and has
One-
woo-woos on it, like, this is this
the-
level.
or apparatus at a particular
If you're
station.
questioning
Sometimes you
about
have two,
apparatus, you need
sometimes
to,
you have
like,
three.
have some knowledge.
Two or more.
Not
Two
be
or more,
asking like
okay.
this. This is
Um,
ridiculous.
And within any of those is an ambulance part of your apparatus that you keep at the stations.
Aurora Fire Rescue does not provide any transport services.
Okay. Is that contracted out?
That's correct.
And on the very last page of the preamble, there's an oath referenced. And I wanted to specifically look at the second paragraph there, where it talks about providing assistance and comfort. Is that different than providing basic medical care?
I can't, I don't know if I can answer that question.
Okay.
Assistance and comfort versus assistance and medical care. I can't differentiate.
And this oath, it's, it's included in the manual. When do members of Aurora Fire take the oath?
Person to a
They
degree is
take
for
the
the
oath
jury's
upon
benefit, but
graduation
there is
from the
a
academy?
much
So are they required to
easier
take the
way
oath before they begin
to lay
working
this
with
out.
Aurora Fire?
That's
She's an
correct.
idiot.
And is that for everybody?
Like,
That
the
is.
way she's
Well,
doing
every
this is
sworn
stupid.
member.
Every
And
There's
that's
a
what
much
distinguishes a
easier
sworn
way.
member versus a non-sworn member.
Okay. And firefighters or fire medics, are they considered to be sworn members?
Yes.
If we could please show Exhibit 235. So this section is titled Training and Personnel Support. And for this section, I would really like to focus on the training of individual members. It mentions several categories.
He's not
of
the training officer. Call the training officer if you
kind
want to
of
talk
labels
about
them
it.
1 through 6 there. What is the difference between those different types of trainings?
The recruit training is what you get when you're in the academy. So it's before you're sworn. You have to graduate the academy before you can become sworn. That's your recruit phase. Company level training is usually done by the company officer, whether it's in the station or out of the station, but it is coordinated by the company officer. Then the battalion
If I'm the
chief has
defense,
a
I'm
series
shutting
of
him up right
companies
now,
under
and I'm
his-
like, call the
under
training
their
officer.
command,
He doesn't
and
call
will
the training
conduct
officer
and
to
coordinate
explain this.
battalion
He's not the training
level
officer.
training, which means more than one company at a time, typically. An in-service training is hosted by the training academy. And, it could be at the training academy or an off-site location, but it is hosted by the training academy. Special operations training, we have a number of specialty teams, technical rescue team, hazardous materials team, wildland team. They do additional training, and it could be a company level or more than one company as they progress through their training regimen. And then outside agency related training supported by the department. We have members at all levels of the agency that sometimes on their own we'll seek out training. Other times we will assign some training, distance learning training, usually in an administrative capacity.
Okay, thank you. And right above that, it says that individual members are responsible for retention of the information they have received. So if a member has taken a training and they think they need a refresher, are they empowered to go out and get that additional training or that supplemental training?
He's not the training officer.
So we have what are they in? They can, if they want to go outside of the agency, they can apply to go outside. Their officers must approve it up through the chain of command. If they need particular, I'm struggling with your question just a bit.
She is
If a
god-awful.
member,
There's
an
an
individual
easier way to
member
ask this question.
is
I know what
struggling
she's
with
trying
a
to get at.
skill,
She is
they would
awful.
approach their company officer, and that would become a company level training typically.
Okay,
The company officer can expand that to the battalion and or even recommend to the academy to do a in-service training on that skill if they find a trend that it needs to be addressed.
so if someone doesn't feel comfortable, maybe with something that they've learned, they can go to their company officer and say, hey, I had some more questions. Can you kind of shore up what I've learned?
Yes.
Okay. If we could please show Exhibit 231. Okay, so this is section 5.1. What are EMS operations?
EMS, emergency medical service. So those are non-suppression related operations where we are treating a patient for a, we're called to service to treat a patient.
Okay. And EMS operations, does that cover your fire units? So Aurora Fire?
Yes, each department apparatus is responsible for EMS responses.
Okay. And it talks about needing a medical director. What is the purpose of having a medical director?
So at every level of our training, EMT basic, EMT paramedic, we operate under the umbrella of a medical director. That is a fire department employee who
It is
also
not
happens to be
A fire department employee, you
and the
idiot.
doctor,
And that's not what the definition of a medical
provides
director is.
protocols and medical
And
directions.
she has
for
the
agency.
absolute
Okay, and so when you say
worst
you operate
questioning.
under the medical
This is
director, is it
so
the medical
left of center.
responsibility to direct, as a medical director, all of the medical care that is provided by Aurora Fire?
That's correct.
Okay. And who
When we
is
take a
the
break,
Aurora Fire medical
We'll
director?
explain medical
Dr.
direction.
Eric Hill.
And was he the medical director in August of 2019?
That's correct.
When a member becomes, let me back up. So when you work with Aurora Fire and you go through the training, do you receive a certain certification to be able to provide medical assistance and medical aid?
Yes.
And what is that certification?
The first certification you receive, if you don't already have it when you're
Crayons
hired,
isn't helping
is an
her.
EMT basic.
He had to explain fire trucks as the
What
big
does
red
that cover?
things
What can
with
it
the
be
woo
EMT
woos
basic
to
do?
her.
Basic life support measures as defined by the state of Colorado.
And what's the next level up from EMT basic?
The next level up that we as an organization recognize is an EMTP, which is EMT paramedic. And that is advanced life support.
Okay. And above that?
We don't recognize anything above that.
Okay, so if someone is an EMTP,
Not
they're a
true.
paramedic.
You do.
And what
You
can someone with that
recognize
designation do
pre-hospital RNs, which
when
is a
they're out, when they're
PHRN.
called out?
They can operate under the
Pre-hospital
advanced life support
PA, which is
protocols
the
that are provided
pre-hospital
by
physician
the medical
assistant
director.
paramedic extender. The physician
And once you
extender.
receive that designation, Do you have that designation for life,
pre-hospital
or do you need to
physician.
do things to maintain
You just don't
that
have them in the
certification?
organization.
You do have to do continuing
You
to
have
ed
to
hours,
recognize them though.
and you do have
I
to
do not have the amount of
recertify.
crayons this
And
lady needs.
I'm not a paramedic, so I'm not exactly sure. I think it is every
He's
3
also
years.
not the training director, so I don't know why
5 years.
you're asking him these questions.
And is it important within Aurora Fire that your members, your EMTPs, your paramedics, that they maintain their certification?
He's not a paramedic. He
Yes,
doesn't know.
EMTP or paramedic is the condition of employment for anyone hired after 2005. And then it is the current policy that if you are a paramedic, you must maintain that paramedic even if you were hired before 2005. There are a few exceptions, anomalies in that.
And in order to maintain that certification, is there a number of continuing education credits that you need to obtain over either a 2-year or 3-year period?
Yes.
Okay, and who keeps track
He's
of
not a
those credits?
paramedic.
Currently, the training division keeps track of the certifications and their
Holy shit. Let's
continuing
look.
ed
Maybe we should
hours.
talk to the training division if you're going to ask him about the
And you
goddamn
said
training
currently, was that the
requirements.
case in 2019?
You have an
Yes.
EMT on the stage that doesn't know what the hell he's talking
And how
about.
do they know
The
when
hell?
someone has taken
Talk
a
to the
class and that
training
they are eligible to receive
officer.
credit for that class?
So in 2019, we had
Jesus Christ, I don't have the
we were
crayons to
using the
explain the stupid to this lady.
city-based learning management system, so that the training division would have to coordinate with that. We also had a software program called High Plains that we would track training
No.
hours in
All the
through that as well.
no. Just no.
And is it required by, you were saying that Aurora Fire requires them to maintain their certification. Does the state require certain number of CEs in order to maintain their certification?
Well, the state or there's another designation called National Registry. But yes, the state
Oh my
does
God, you're
have-
going to try to bring
and
National
their
Registry.
National Registry. They could be either
head
state
to
certified or
explode.
National Registry certified.
No, Spencer, it's not that she's asking the questions because
You
she thinks
mentioned
the
that the
jury's
training
uninformed.
division
She's an
kind of
idiot.
keeps track
There
of
are
the
better ways
CEs of
to
the
ask
different
these
members.
questions and explain it.
But is it
She is
ultimately the
asking
responsibility of the individual to make
questions
sure that they're hitting the numbers that they need
that are
to
like
hit to keep
out
their
in left center
certification?
Yes,
field.
that's correct.
There's a much better way to go through this, and she's not doing it. And yet the defense should object. He's not qualified. Call the training officer. Ask a paramedic what their Con Ed requirements are. The EMT idiot doesn't know.
So how would a member track how many CEs they have? How can they confirm how many CEs they have?
In 2019, we had that program called High Plains, and that's where it was tracked. Each individual could go in and check their hours. When they are approaching their certification, they would also receive a notice that you're approaching. You might, check your hours, make sure you're on track.
What if someone's not on track?
So they would get a 9-month and a 6-month and a 3-month notice. So if they're not on track, then the training can help them find classes and hours in order to fill the gap.
In this high plane system, you mentioned that medics
That's
or
not
members
how that
themselves can go in and check
works.
and kind of see how
That's
many
not
credits
how
they've
any
obtained.
of these
Correct.
work.
Can their supervisors also go in and see how many credits their members have?
I think battalion chief level supervisors can go in.
And if you needed to confirm that someone had a particular
He doesn't
training,
confirm jack shit. He's
is
not
that
the
where you
training
would go
officer.
to see
Maybe
if
we
they
should
had
ask the
taken that
training officer
training?
this, you idiot.
Yes.
And what is it that you, if you wanted to pull a report of everybody's training,
You call the training officer.
is there a way to pull
and you
that and
ask
kind of
the
see
training
the
officer
full
to
list of
fax you
whatever,
the list?
of all of the training that someone has taken?
In 2019.
Yes.
Yes, there was.
Do you use a different system now?
We do.
So how would you now go back and look at what someone had completed in 2018 or 2019?
So that software that we used then was end of life and was replaced. The interface was turned off, terminated. So we now have a data manager who has access to the database that contains that information. So we would submit a request through the office of the fire chief for the data manager to pull a particular report.
And if they're pulling a report, do you give them direction on what you're looking for?
Correct,
Like member name and a date range?
correct.
Okay.
Some sort of parameters. Yeah.
And when you get that report back, is that called a training history detail?
I believe that's what it's titled, yes.
Okay. And within AFR.
Maybe we should talk to the
I
training
apologize, I said
person.
AFR. Is Aurora Fire Rescue sometimes referred to as AFR?
Correct.
And so if someone pulls a training history detail, would you rely
Spencer,
on that
he is the,
information in that training history detail?
Yes,
Member liaison officer, also known as, he's probably the union rep for IAFF.
I
Yes, this is
apologize.
the
You've done such
prosecutor
a wonderful
asking
job answering my
questions.
questions. I've moved forward. If we
I don't
could
know what she's trying to
please
show, but she's an idiot.
pull, or just show to the
But
witness
again,
exhibit
ask the training
256.
officer.
Do you
Ma'am.
recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
Ma'am, you're an idiot.
This is a training history detailed by attendance.
Ma'am, maybe you should ask the people that he had to
And,
call to get it, because he
Can you
doesn't
see the time
know.
period that was asked there?
Yes. 1/1 of 18 to 10/15 of 2020.
And is this a fair, and how do you know that this is a training history detail? Sorry.
It's
He doesn't,
titled
he
as
didn't
such.
pull it, he had to call and ask.
Okay, and
Call
is
the
there a
training
member
officer.
listed on this training history detail?
There is.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of a training history detail pulled for that particular attendee?
He doesn't know, he
Yes.
didn't pull it himself.
And are training history details things that are kept in the regular course of business?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit exhibit 6.
Yeah, if I'm the defense, I'm
Court
objecting
order,
and being like,
objection.
let's authenticate the fucking document. Give me the person that pulled it, not
I
him.
don't have any void or objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 256 will be admitted.
And if we could please publish that to the jury.
He didn't pull
And
it.
so
He
what
can't
member is this a
testify it's
training history
true and correct
detail
copy.
for?
At the top left, you'll see it is Peter S. Cichunic.
Okay, and on this training history detail, it does outline session date and a description of the training. Sort of in that teal colored column, we have a session
Yeah.
column, description of the training, and then a location.
Correct.
And you list the location because not every training is provided on site at AFR.
Correct.
And in the description of training, is it fair to say that some of those descriptions are detailed and some of them are not detailed?
Yes, it's fair to say.
So for example, at the very top there, the ISO training 854, it could be difficult to know what exactly that training covered.
Right, so maybe you should ask the training officer.
But some of the trainings do have a little more detail. For example, on November 27th of 2018. We can just scroll down a little bit. The one that occurred at 8:30 in the morning. It says
He's
monitor
not the
training,
training
introduction to the Life Pack
officer.
15 monitor for field demo.
Let's talk
That
to
provides
the
a little more
person that
detail
provides it,
of what was
not this
what was
dingbat.
covered.
Correct.
There. But are there some trainings where you are aware of what was covered in the particular training?
There are some,
Oh,
sure.
for fuck's
Okay.
sake.
The June 15th of 2018 EMS 2, are you familiar with what training was
Iris, I'm
covered
blaming you.
at that time?
I am not.
Just a moment. In 2018,
5,000, why Loki was never an
was there a
active
new
lawyer.
protocol implemented across the department for the use of ketamine?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
But he's not the training officer.
And
And
was
he's
there a
not a
specific
paramedic.
training given
So guess what,
to
dumbass?
members for
He
the use
doesn't
of
know.
ketamine?
Yes.
He can't speak to giving
And was that
ketamine. He
training
can't speak to the ketamine training.
combined
He's
with
not a
another
paramedic. He
training
wasn't there.
for members?
Yes, to the best of my recollection, it was.
I'm gonna object, just asking the witness to buy to what he knows versus guessing.
Right.
He doesn't know shit because he's
I
not a
suppose
medic.
also stating the objection to the extent that the witness needs to have personal knowledge of whatever he's testifying to.
Chief Deputy Robnet, are you familiar with a dual training that was given covering capnography and ketamine administration?
He wouldn't be. He's not a paramedic.
was
He
the
wouldn't
training
have
itself,
attended.
the
He
fact
doesn't even
that it
know
was
what
given.
capnography is.
Yes,
Okay. And was that training provided in June of 2018?
to the best of my recollection, yes.
It is out of his scope of practice. Try again. Like my man, explain end title capnography. Wait,
And,
you can't because you're not a
if we can
paramedic?
please
Shit, then why is she asking you this question?
take this down and show just to the witness exhibit 257. 257. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is this?
it's a training history detailed by attendee.
Is this
This,
a fair and accurate representation of the training history detail for this particular attendee?
He doesn't know. He
Yes.
didn't pull it.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit exhibit 257 into evidence.
Questions or objections with respect to 257?
Judge, if I could just have a moment for voir dire.
Yes.
Good morning.
good morning.
How are you?
I'm well.
Good. I just wanted to ask a couple questions that I might have just not understood. When we're looking at this exhibit, you and I, since it's not up here yet, under description of training, there's some numbers.
Yes.
What, next to the training, do you know what those numbers correlate to?
In the parentheses?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
We, when the software was upgraded and the interface was turned off, the origins of those numbers were lost.
Gotcha. And then when we go to the right of that, the location of training, when it says CAPSTC, do you know what that means?
City of Aurora Public Safety Trading Center.
Okay. Great. Thank you for clarifying. And I don't have any further questions or objection, Your Honor.
On behalf of Mr. Cichunic. Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the court will admit 257.
Thank you. If we could please publish. Okay, so what we're looking at is a very similar training history detail to what we just looked at before, correct? Except for this member, it's a different member.
Correct.
Who is this training for?
Jeremy Cooper.
Okay, and this also covers that same date range of January 2018 through October of 2020.
Correct.
Wrong.
And if we
Cycle
could
boy.
please.
He does have to pull the record to know
Actually, we
that
don't
it's
need
a
to
fair
scroll down.
representation.
So, the June
Because
15th,
they are looking at a
2018,
record that he had to
that I
request
asked you
from the
about on
training
the
division
previous
for
exhibit,
them to pull.
the EMS2.
You cannot say
We
that
see that on this
pulled a
training as well.
complete
This training.
list
Yes.
that is
Okay.
complete and
I apologize. I keep
accurate.
stepping away from the mic and I
You
need to not
didn't
do
pull
that.
it.
I apologize.
I can delete things. You don't know if they omitted
Um,
things out of the training record. You didn't pull it. So yes, he does need to be the one to know it's a fair, complete
And if
copy.
we could
A true and accurate
scroll
copy.
down, did this member also take
He's also not a
the November
paramedic. He didn't
27th,
take the class, and he doesn't
2018
know
monitor
what some of it
training,
is. He
introduction
doesn't
to
work
life
for the
pack
training
15?
division because he's an EMT and didn't take the class.
Yes, that's what the
He can't
record is.
testify to
Okay.
what's in it. He has to call and say, "Hey, I need you to run a
And
query on the old system. Can you give me the
now
training
if
record
I
for this
could
person from this
please
date to
move
this date?"
back
He doesn't
to
know if they gave him
exhibit
everything.
232. 232. Okay, so this covers AFR and transport provider on scene coordination. So what does that mean?
So this outlines our procedures when we are managing a patient with a transport provider.
And by transport provider, do you mean ambulance?
Correct.
Okay. And is it important to have a set of rules about who's going to be responsible for what when you get to a scene?
Yes.
And if we could please highlight the portion that says scope.
Cycle boy, they said, "Is this a full and complete training record?" He said yes.
So with this particular procedure, 5.4, would this cover a
This is-
situation
and
where a
he's not
call
a
goes out
training
and both
person.
AFR
No,
and your ambulance provider are
he's
dispatched?
a member representative. He's not a
Could you
training
repeat that
officer.
question?
With this section, 5.4 of AFR and transport
He's not the
provider on
training
scene
officer, cycle
coordination,
boy.
would this
He
cover a
didn't pull it.
situation
They
where
said it's
both
full and complete.
AFR is
He's
dispatched
an
at the same
EMT
time
that
as an
works in an
ambulance?
administrative
Yes.
position
And who do
who
you,
is
who
not
does
their
AFR
supervisor
contract
at the
with for
time, and
ambulance
he's not a
services?
paramedic.
All Rocky Mountain.
And was that the case in 20?
And they already
19.
said, "Is this a full, complete,
Yes.
and accurate training record?" He said yes, but he didn't pull it.
On the second page, it talks about the equipment to be brought to the scene. And it provides two scenarios. So kind of depending on who arrives there first, whether it's the
He's an EMT. He
ambulance
can't talk
or
about what it is. He can read it off the
AFR.
paper, but other than testifying
If
to what's on the
Belk,
paper, he can't
the
make a
ambulance
determination
provider
if it's
arrives
appropriate or
first,
not.
what are they
not
required
a
to take
paramedic.
to the scene?
Off the top of my head, I cannot recall each item, but they are listed in the
I know what they are, because you're not a medic.
model of procedures.
Okay, so it's things like an ALS kits.
Correct.
What are ALS kits?
He doesn't know.
Advanced
He's not
life
advanced
support
life
kits.
support. He's
So
basic life
it's
support.
much more expansive than a basic life support kit.
Okay, and it says kits. So does that mean kind of more than one kit?
Typically, you can't house everything in one kit. So there will be a separate kit that usually has the airway management tools.
And it also mentions a portable suction device. So is that kept separate from
Correct.
the ALS kit? And I apologize, I don't mean to speak over you.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Go ahead.
And it
speak
also
over him.
mentions to
It's not
initiate
like he
patient
knows.
contact.
Yes.
So the first unit on scene, they are the ones that are kind of tasked with bringing some of the tools and equipment that might be needed.
Correct.
Okay, and making that initial contact.
That's not what this document says.
Response?
Not what the
Your
document
Honor,
says, and he sure as shit doesn't
says
know what's in it because
exactly
he's
that.
not a
Bring
paramedic.
the ALS kits, portable suction device, and initiate patient contact.
I'm just objecting that it's when the ambulance is the first unit. I mean, there's two different sections.
So
All right,
well, let me-
rephrase.
Yeah, let me rephrase. So when the ambulance crew arrives first on scene, that is what they are tasked with bringing to the scene.
Correct.
Okay. And the next section talks about equipment to be brought to the scene by the ambulance crew when arriving secondary to AFR. So that means AFR has arrived first, ambulance crew shows up second. And in the second line in this section, it talks about if AFR is already on scene, the ambulance crew will confirm that the requisite equipment has been brought to the, and that looks like there was a typo in the manual, but scene.
That makes sense.
Okay. So that's,
Tim, your testimony would make more sense than this
let me
window
rephrase.
liquor.
so that means that the ambulance crew needs to make contact with AFR who are already on scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
To make sure that the equipment is there.
Sustained.
No, maybe ask the paramedics that are showing up
ambulance
what
crew
they need to
arrives
do
on
to
scene,
decide.
Do they need
Maybe
to
ask
make
the AFR
contact?
paramedics how
with
they decide what
AFR?
gets brought in. God damn.
Overruled.
Wrong
Do they need
witness.
to make
Try
contact with
again.
AFR?
Yes.
And why do they need to make contact with AFR?
Because they have the
To
patient.
alert
Other
them
than
to their
that,
arrival.
I don't
so
give
that
a
the
shit
patient can
about
be
them
prepared
other
for
than that.
transport, and to see if any other equipment is needed.
Negative, Ghost Rider.
And when they come to the side of AFR, if AFR is already on scene, what should they be taking in addition to the stretcher?
He doesn't know he's not a paramedic. Maybe you should ask them.
So when AFR is on scene, that company officer is considered an incident commander. So he will give direction to the arriving ambulance company on whatever he is needing.
And in the engine, so when AFR is responding, do they have these ALS kits that you were talking about
Yes,
in their rig?
yes.
And are they kind of pre-prepared, ready to go?
Ask a
I don't understand the question.
paramedic, not him.
So are they stocked before the engine leaves the station?
Yes, you
Yes.
did.
Okay.
State license
And is it very
requires
specific
that.
about
Why are
what
we
needs to
asking
go
this?
into these ALS kits?
Yes.
And is making sure what is in these kits consistent important for members when they're on a scene?
What do you mean by
I'm
consistent?
not a paramedic. I don't know.
Is it important for a member to be able to know what tools am I going to have at my disposal if I need them?
Yes, you dumbass. That's
There
why you
is
do a
a
checklist when
required
you get to the
minimum
start of your
amount of
shift.
tools.
Okay.
You
Some
have to do a
tools may have
checklist to make sure you
other
have
things.
everything. The state says how much of what you have to
Officers
have
or
on
medics'
emergency vehicles.
preference
It's
of
not
different
AFR.
types of tools.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Does it depend on the scene? What is brought to the scene?
No, we don't take things off a fire truck. There's certain things
Um,
required for licensure, you
I
idiot.
guess it could, but the kit is put into service prior to a call.
So if AFR is arriving first on scene, should they be taking kits with them to the patient?
In most cases, yes.
No. That would be in all cases, idiot.
And when the ambulance crew arrives, they're to make contact with AFR to see if they need
Oh,
anything
Jesus
else,
Christ.
right?
Correct.
I'm going to need so much alcohol.
And initiating patient contact is one of the things that is required within this protocol or procedure.
Initiating patient contact by whom?
The initial responder.
Yes.
Cycle boy, I'm not bringing my OB kit into the house if I'm showing up on a call
So when
for a
it's
guy with a
describing,
broken arm.
When this procedures describing what the first unit on scene should be doing. What does it mean to begin a patient interview?
Hi, I'm Paramedic Loki. I'm here
Um,
with the Aurora Fire Department. What seems to be the problem
a
today?
patient
Why'd you call
interview would be,
911?
yeah,
That's literally the first thing.
to talk to the patient to, if possible, but all patients are not communicating.
You can talk to other people on
What
scene
about beginning a
too.
patient assessment?
Wow.
So you certainly begin a patient assessment on scene, which is to evaluate their current state.
Seriously, my guy.
Take out the highlight, please.
Seriously? How do you? Hey, are you okay? Oh, look, they're conscious. Sir, what seems to be the problem? There we go. That's how we start.
So you mentioned that
Not hard.
going back to the kits, these advanced life. Did you say
He's an
advanced life
EMT. He
saving
doesn't
kits
know.
or advanced life support kits?
So advanced life support is what a paramedic provides. The kits, all of our kits are equipped with that equipment. Just if you're not a paramedic, there's equipment in there you cannot use.
Okay.
And there's equipment in there you don't know how to use, like you,
And
dipshit.
how many kits are there typically held on an engine?
Okay. This is literally
Well, I guess
ambulance, which is called CAS, which is the Commission
So
for
you
This is
definitely have
CAS,
a
CAS
ALS
licensure
kit. You have an
questioning.
oxygen
This is
kit.
CAS
There's
licensure
other tools,
requirement
as you mentioned,
questioning.
there are
It has nothing to do with this
suctions
guy.
available. There's the monitor. There's a narcotics kit or a narcotics box. There's OB/GYN kits there's burn blankets. There's just
My
a
guy, you just
plethora
gonna pull out
of
the inventory check
equipment
sheet?
that's available to a medic.
Not like you know what half the shit
to
is because you're an
determine what they
EMT.
need on the scene.
Okay, so if a medic
lady's an
doesn't
idiot.
know what exactly they're responding to, what kits should they be taking with them?
He doesn't know. He's not a paramedic.
break?
He can't testify to that.
Objection, Your Honor. This is starting to sound A, like expert testimony, and B, I'm not sure foundation has been laid that Deputy Chief Robinette is a paramedic.
Oh wait, he's not. He
Response?
already said he's not.
I can ask a few follow-up questions. Thank you.
It's sustained in part.
So Deputy Chief Robinette, and we can take this. Earlier this morning, you mentioned that you were a firefighter.
Correct.
In order to be a firefighter and all of the other designations you've had within Aurora Fire, were you trained as a paramedic?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh,
You mentioned
Not a
that
medic.
the EMS
No
kits
shit.
come with that you have a list?
There is an inventory list.
Okay, and what's,
that- I'm sorry.
no, you go right ahead, sorry.
There's an inventory list that the quartermaster uses to build a kit before it sends it to the station.
And who's the quartermaster?
Lieutenant DiMartino is the last quartermaster. We're in transition.
And what is the importance of having
man, let's
this
find a witness that can
list?
actually testify to shit that you're asking.
So that the quartermaster understands or provides the minimal amount of equipment necessary to
Ma'am,
function as an
no.
ALS unit or advanced life support unit.
sir, you don't know what you're talking about, so
And-
you hush too.
For example, if someone uses something out of a kit when they're out on a scene, how does that piece of equipment get replaced?
Preferably, they replace that from the transport agency. If that does not occur, then the quartermaster will provide that equipment.
If you can please
Seriously, we're gonna
show
talk about
the
restocking
witness
supply
Exhibit 234.
for shit that he doesn't know what it is. Okay, great.
Do you know what this is?
This is the inventory list provided by the quartermaster.
And how do you know that this is what it is?
I requested him provide me that list. to
Person,
provide
pretty
to you
much.
At your request.
He's not a paramedic,
And is this a fair and accurate representation?
so he can't talk about
of
paramedic-y
the
things.
EMS kit inventory
He
list
can't
used
tell
by
you what the
AFR?
paramedic wants
This
to bring in
is-
because he's not one.
This is an accurate representation of what I received from the quartermaster.
Again, he
Your Honor, at this
received it
time, I
from
would move
somebody
to
else.
admit Exhibit
He
234
can't
into
testify to the
evidence.
authenticity of it.
Questions or
He
objections?
doesn't know that he
What
is
year?
complete thing
Yes.
because he didn't get it.
The furniture surf over here, it's quicker. Just a couple questions. Deputy Chief, you said that you don't have personal knowledge of this inventory list. Is that correct? In terms of you didn't make this list.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay,
And
so how can
Do
he
you have any
testify
clue
to
if
it?
this list is from 2019?
I do not.
Thank
Like
you.
I said, maybe we should authenticate
Mr.
shit with the
People
people that know,
Same objection. Your
not
Honor.
him.
All right, the court will sustain the objection.
Oh, look what Loki's been screaming about for the past 15 minutes. Someone finally fucking realized.
Deputy Chief Robnett, after responding to a scene, is there a requirement to draft a report?
Yes,
And what are those reports called?
depends on the scene.
I need circus music.
We'll call it a medical scene. They're called for a medical assist.
So if they're called for a medical decision, am I presuming there was patient contact?
Well, if there wasn't patient contact, would they need to make a report?
Oh,
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yes.
So
You
let's
have
go
to
through
make a
both of
report
those
every time you
scenarios.
get a
They
fucking
respond to a
dispatch,
scene,
even if you don't
no
leave the
patient
station.
contact. What do they need to do?
Then they would do what's called an inference report, and I'm so bad with acronyms. I don't recall the acronym for inference. But I do believe I provided to you the definition.
At least for our court reporter's assistance, is it NFIRS?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. F as in Frank.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So they make an MFERS report. And
Correct.
what's contained within an MFERS report?
All the pertinent call information, what they was originally reported, where,
Objection. All
um,
the objections.
what they found when they got there,
Wrong
and
witness.
who they are,
Not
who's
expert
responding.
testimony. Not qualified
and
as an
the
expert.
final disposition
Doesn't
of the
know
call.
jack shit, and half the documents you're trying to get him to
And
testify to,
now
he didn't
the next
pull.
scenario, they respond to a scene and there is patient contact. What is required to be done?
Then they would have, in addition to that, they would have a patient care report.
Okay. And what is a patient care report?
It is once patient contact is
Can we just get an
established,
expert witness? Because he's an
then,
idiot.
The patient care report provides all the pertinent information about that individual patient.
Okay. Does it also provide the location of where the incident took place or where they were responding?
Sure. All the reports, the infers and the patient care report would have the location of the incident, and usually the original reason they called the response.
Does it also include the care that was provided
Correct.
and any vitals or testing that was done while on the scene?
Yes.
GMK, how are you not
How
having a
soon
seizure of
after a
this
call
stupidity?
is a patient care report required to be written?
By the
24
end of the
hours.
shift.
And are these kept
It's
and
literally a
maintained by
legal
AFR?
definition. You have to
Yes.
have it within 24 hours.
And the NFERS report, are those sometimes called basic incident reports?
Yes.
And are those also created when
Yeah,
patient
and
contact
this
is
is why
made?
people pay me lots and lots of
The
money to show
inverse
up at
report is
trials
created
and
anytime
testify as
an
a public
apparatus
safety
is
paramedic and
dispatched.
firefighter expert.
Okay, so if we have a call where patient contact is made, they're going to have both an NFERS report and a patient care report?
Correct.
Okay,
One's a fire run report, the other one's about the
And
person and the
are they
contact.
created at around the same time?
They're
Yes.
different
So how close
systems.
in time are patient care reports required to be
can't-
written?
Speak to
Be
it.
completed by
24
the
hours.
provider
Correct.
by the end of the shift.
Okay. So if we could please show the witness exhibit 281. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
Basic.
This is the
incident report.
prosecution's witness.
And how do you
And
know
he-
that that's
he
what
can't
this is?
It is
testify
titled
to
as
some of
such.
it, Cookie. And the shit he can testify to,
And
he doesn't
these
know.
basic incident reports are
He's an
are created every
admin. He's not even
time
in that station at
the
this point. But
unit
regardless,
goes out.
Yes, every time
she's
it's
asking
dispatched to a call.
questions that are wrong. He's giving
And
answers
who
that are
wrote
nebulous.
this
And
basic incident report?
is not the person. He's not the person to be testifying this. She's
Like, if you-
Cookie.
Lieutenant
He's asked. They're
Cichunic
asking him like, well, what gear
And
should
was
the
he an
paramedic
completed the
bring in?
report.
He can't
Okay.
freaking.
And was he an employee of Aurora Fire in August of 2019?
Yes.
And was his role lieutenant at that time?
Yes.
As part of his role of lieutenant, as lieutenant, excuse me, he had a duty to complete this report?
He or his designee.
Okay. And was this created by the end of the shift based on the time of the incident date and the time that this report was completed?
Croc,
Yes, it
Letitia
appears so.
Stouck's line of questioning was more
And this
fucking
report was
useful.
made as a regular course of business?
Yes.
And they're kept in the regular course of business?
Yes.
They have to be kept for 7 years. There's nothing to do with the regular
And were
course
you
of
able to
business. It's the
confirm
law.
that the basic incident report kept in your system or that this is
The
a fair and
law
accurate
says 7
representation
years.
of the
It has
basic incident report
nothing
kept
to
in your
do
system?
with them.
Yes. This was a report that AFR provided as pertained to an open records request.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Exhibit 281 into evidence.
Order or objection.
Mr. Cooper.
For Mr. Cichunic, Your Honor.
281 may be admitted.
Prosecution's witness.
We could please show the witness Exhibit 282. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a Aurora Fire Department EMS patient care report.
And how do you know that that's what this is?
It is titled as such.
And they're created after any call where patient contact is made?
Correct.
And who wrote this patient care report?
He doesn't know and can't
It
testify
might
to
be on
that.
the next page if you're able to show both.
Can you make it a little larger? Or authored by Peter Cichunic.
And was this report created at or near the time of
Objection.
the call?
Yeah, the font is small.
Why are we asking the dude to authenticate or testify to what's in a report he didn't write?
Ms. Kelleher, if you can, yeah, exactly, thank you.
Yes.
And is it routine practice to write these report?
Yes.
And this report was kept as a regular course of business?
Yes.
She has asked this exact
And were you
question
able to
6
confirm
times.
that this patient care report as maintained in the Aurora Fire System is the same, a fair and accurate representation of what is before you today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Exhibit 282.
Order or objection.
Mr. Cooper.
Not for Mr. Cichunic.
282 will be admitted.
So now, Deputy Chief Robnett, I would like to turn our attention to the protocols. You mentioned earlier that you have your manual of procedures, and then there's the protocols that are created by your medical director,
Awesome.
Dr.
Are we
Hill.
going to have an EMT testify to paramedic protocol next? Because he can't do
So the
that.
protocols that we use are created by a consortium of doctors in the Denver area, and then may be modified by our medical director before publishing to us, but they're considered the Denver Metro protocols.
Okay. And so you have your own medical director who makes sure that the protocols that are there best suit what AFR needs.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the purpose of the protocols?
Protocol is a policy on how to treat EMS calls in the city.
And these apply to fire medics?
They apply to all members of the agency.
Okay. How often do protocols get updated?
I think most frequently they get updated quarterly, but he can do it at any time new information comes in or something changes.
And you said he, do you mean Dr. Hill?
I do.
Okay. And are you familiar with the protocols that were in place in 2019?
He'd be
I'm
familiar
familiar
with
with the
the BLS
protocols
ones, not the
pertaining to
ALS
EMT
ones.
basics.
Okay. And not speaking about the actual protocols themselves, but are you aware that a packet of protocols were available in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And about how long is that packet of protocols?
I can't venture a guess.
Okay. So much like we did with the manual of procedures, rather than introduce the whole packet, I'd like to focus on some specific sections, if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay. If we could please show Exhibit 200. Just to the witness. Thank you. And what is this? Do you know what this is?
Yes, this is a memo from the chief introducing the updated protocols.
And how do you know that that's what this is?
It is titled in the subject matter of the title of the memorandum, it states.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of the memorandum that was attached to the 2019 protocols?
He doesn't know.
I didn't provide this one. This was prior to me. It looks like a fair and accurate representation of the memo, but I didn't provide this.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have just one moment.
Yes.
He's guessing on three quarters of this shit. None of this shit should be admissible. Like, whatever. I get that the defense is not raising objections because they're going to impeach him on shit, but this is ridiculous.
So Deputy Chief Robnett, I don't have any further questions for you at this time.
Right.
Thank you.
Because he wasn't the one to answer them all.
Cross-examination.
Oh, I shouldn't. Yes. Good morning again. Deputy Chief, I'm going to follow up on a lot of what we just talked about. So if I lose you at any point, just let me know and we can go back, okay? I want to talk to you about, first of all, if we could put up 231, Exhibit 231. And I believe it was admitted. So if we could publish this.
Should be on.
It's not showing to the jury. I was just trying to let them watch along with.
No, I have it on.
Oh, okay.
In the lights.
We could have just a moment. Well, we're not sure. So I guess can you see it, Deputy Chief?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize to the jury. I'm not sure why we can't show you. So we're going to do our best to try to walk through this. Deputy Chief, in this, when we talk about this, I want to direct you to, it looks like it's A. Oh, there it is. Scope limitation under A. The medical director can limit the scope of any EMS provider employed by Aurora Fire and Rescue.
We didn't even
So the medical
define the
director we're
medical
referring
director
to
correctly.
is,
Dr. Eric Hill.
and that's who it was in 2019, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so he is who kind of sets forth the protocols in terms of how AFR operates in terms of medical care, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I understand you're an EMT basic trained, but he would do BMT basic as well as paramedic.
Correct.
Okay. Then if we can shift to the oath, which I believe was, where is it? I think it was in the preamble. I think it was exhibit 233. All right, you're good. So you were asked some questions about whether or not you could define, let's go down into the oath, is that last page, I think, one more. Okay, if we can, oath of office and the oath of verbal affirmation. So the bold second to last paragraph, that I will be ready at all times to provide assistance and comfort to all whom I find in need, disregarding my own feelings and preferences, without prejudice or favoritism, always placing the safety of others before myself. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's given to every single member of Aurora Fire, correct?
Correct.
How many are there of you?
We're authorized 425.
Okay. And, you know, just to make it clear, I guess we made some assumptions. Do you recognize Lieutenant Cichunic?
I do.
Where is he?
He's sitting at the table in the corner.
Okay. And do you recognize Paramedic Cooper?
I do.
Where is he?
He's sitting next to Lieutenant Cichunic.
Great.
Captain Cichunic.
So they would have taken this oath.
Correct.
And when this is directing members of Aurora Fire, it's to every single scene you're responding to, correct?
Correct.
Whether you're going to a fire,
That's correct.
a medical call,
Correct.
a drowning,
Correct.
natural disaster,
Correct.
anything.
Correct.
You operate with bias,
Correct.
and that's serious to the department.
Absolutely.
Did you ever see Lieutenant Cichunic act with any bias or prejudice towards anyone?
Absolutely not.
How many years have you known him?
Yeah. More than a decade.
Sustained,
Judge, they asked,
sustained.
I would ask to reserve and make an argument later.
Can approach if you'd like.
I would like to approach.
This is ridiculous. This is abso-fucking-lutely ridiculous. Give me one sec, Croc. Here's the thing. A bench conference. So here's the thing. Like let's just go back and correct some of the stupid quickly. Oh wait, they're back. Never mind. Yay.
Judge, I'm just clarifying, can we ask it in the way the court outlined at the bench?
I'm not going to give you any legal advice.
Deputy Chief Robnett, did Lieutenant Cichunic have a reputation for somebody who would provide comfort and care to his patients?
Sustained.
When we look at providing comfort and care, did Lieutenant Cichunic, do you have an opinion about whether or not he provided comfort and care to the people he treated?
It is.
Judge, I would stand on the record just to be noted as to what we said at the bench.
So it's on the record.
Deputy Chief Robnett, when somebody provides comfort and care, does that look different in different situations?
Yes.
For example, if you're responding to a mass casualty incident, the Aurora Theater shooting, what you might do depending on who you come in contact with, correct?
Yes.
And if you're responding to somebody giving birth, what you might do is very different.
Correct.
How about if you
Very
respond to a situation where law enforcement is actively restraining a party? Have you been in that situation?
No, he's an EMT. That's
Judge, this is
Paramedic.
directly responding to the people's request to discuss what comfort and care meant.
Chief Deputy Robinette, a paramedic.
All right. Well, he has not been qualified as an expert at this point.
No shit,
Deputy Chief
Sherlock.
Robnett, to you,
My
what
6-year-old's
does
more of an
providing
expert.
comfort and care in a situation where you're responding to law enforcement who's actively restraining a party, what does that look like?
Yeah, where is she going with this?
Well, it's really the same question that was asked previously, so the court will sustain the objection.
Deputy Chief, how long have you been a firefighter?
34 years.
How many years have you operated under this oath?
All of
34
them?
years.
Do you think you have an idea of what this oath means?
Yes.
Do you think you have an idea what this oath means to Aurora Fire?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to qualify Deputy Chief Robnett as an expert in
No.
the area of Aurora Fire and what its oath means.
No.
All right.
No.
For Dyer. For
No.
objection.
Honor, I would object, we disclosed our
Sustain.
Wow.
Judge, I would move to
He's
strike
not
the
remotely
people's
an expert.
questions to Deputy Robnett about what comfort and care meant then.
Response.
Where's the fucking circus music? This idiot's as bad as the one in Cummings in New Mexico. Just hand him an axe and ask him what the fuck to do to break down a door next.
Well, he'd know that.
I don't think he would.
As a firefighter, he should.
Yeah, well, he's not the sharpest knife in the chandelier.
Wow. That's got to be one dangerous chandelier.
Weapons. This is the
That's
trial
true. He didn't answer
for
it. He said he
Cichunic
couldn't.
and Cooper, the two paramedics
I think what he said
that
is
were
it couldn't
present
provide a
on
distinction
the
between
death of Elijah
assistance and
McClain.
comfort,
They're being charged
and he
with
didn't know how to
manslaughter
answer their question.
over the death of Elijah
Right.
McClain in police custody.
So. Deputy Chief, I want to talk to you now about Exhibit 231. 5.1, we could put that up. Now, I know we're talking about under 1A, the medical director.
And these people.
And I
are
just want to know if this is a
boondolickers.
question for you or if
Hello,
it's a question for
Weapons. How
Dr.
are you?
Hill. When it says that the medical director can limit the scope,
And no, the orange shit is
do you
not
know
extra
what
yummy.
that's discussing?
He
Or is
can't
that a better
Talk
question for
about
Dr.
the
Hill?
medical director's limitations of scope.
No,
He's not an expert, and that's not his field.
To limit scope is
He didn't even define the medical director
He
correctly.
has the ability to say a medic or an EMT no longer has the ability to practice
Incorrect.
So he
under
can,
his license, I'm sorry.
okay. So he can limit, you're not going to do You're not going to practice any further, or you can practice under these parameters,
Nope.
or just you can't practice any further.
You
Nope.
would have to ask Dr. Hill exactly the.
Okay. And that's fine.
Again, he can't
If
testify.
Dr. Hill told you, though, this person can't practice, that tells Aurora Fire they can't practice pursuant to this.
Correct.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then when we look at this, where it says under C, AFR scope limited EMT paramedics, EMT intermediates, things of that nature, are those again questions better asked of Dr. Hill? Because we're getting into areas that might not be in your purview.
Testify to it, you idiot.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, he
Thank
can't
you.
testify to any of this.
If we can now look at
Not from what I've seen.
People's Exhibit
He's not even a paramedic.
256. This was the training of Lieutenant Cichunic, correct? Is that right?
Correct.
And this is where I would object.
Does it say
He had
on
to
here
call somebody to ask
if
them to
at
pull the
any
fucking
point in
training
time
record.
he was
can't
out of compliance
He
with training?
can't testify it's a complete and accurate record. He didn't pull it.
No reference is made to compliance or non-compliance that I can see.
So you were
Well, it
asked a
wouldn't
series
be
of
on a
questions
goddamn
about somebody being
training record.
required to maintain their compliance and their training, correct?
Correct.
Hey, Ben. I need to
And
talk to
if
you at
somebody
some
was
point.
out of compliance, I would imagine we'd have a document saying that, correct?
It wouldn't be there.
Correct.
And it's no place on here that we can see, correct?
Because that's not where you would put it.
And if we can look at Exhibit 257. Again, the same set of questions. This is for fireman, paramedic Jeremy Cooper. You were asked a series of questions about his requirements to stay qualified and trained, correct?
Correct.
And this is his training record, correct?
Correct.
Does it say any place on here at any point in time he lapsed in his
It's
requirements?
not on a
Thank you.
fucking training record.
We can look at Exhibit 232. This was the transport provider. So if we can,
That's why they
enlarge
brought
it a
this
little
guy
bit
in
under
opposed to
5.4,
somebody
let's
that actually knows
start
what
at-
they're talking about.
on the second page, top,
Is this a prosecution witness or defense?
so
Prosecution.
this is the part that says equipment to be brought to the scene by the
Well,
ambulance
that was a dumb
crew.
question.
And I want to just follow up on this so it's very clear. AFR has no ambulances, correct?
Correct.
So AFR contracts with Falk to be the ambulance provider, correct? AFR does not stock Falk's ambulance, does it?
person, it would make
So
more
if there is an
fucking sense
issue
than the
with where
argument she's
something's
making.
placed, where say capnography in the ambulance is placed or suction in the ambulance is placed, is that something AFR has to fix?
No.
Do they have any control over it? In terms of AFR, your
He
team,
doesn't
what's going on in the ambulance for Falk?
know. There's an answer, but he's not a goddamn expert.
I'd ask to clarify.
Sure.
We require them to have certain equipment.
You don't
Sure.
require jack
Where it's
shit,
placed in the
asshole.
ambulance, I don't think we.
So let me ask it this way. If a Falk ambulance is dispatched and shows up on a scene and they don't have what they're required to have, or they can't put their hands on it. Haven't even finished the question, Judge.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah,
not
I'd
a
like to
fucking
finish the question.
appropriate question.
Would
You're
that
a
be
goddamn moron.
AFR's responsibility?
I would
Or would
throw
that be
chili as a
Falk's
fucking
responsibility
party
for
over
where
this
that
person.
equipment was?
Falk's responsibility.
And just to be clear, back in 2019, Falk was the transport provider, correct?
Correct.
They were the ambulance company, if you will, for AFR.
Yes.
So anytime we're talking about an ambulance, we're talking about Falk with respect to AFR.
Maybe we can spring
Or
Daryl.
are there
Block.
other ambulance companies?
There are other, that's the
Okay.
one we're contracted with.
Okay.
But other
Maybe we
ambulance
should get an
companies
actual
have
expert or someone that
transported
can
in our
fucking
city, and we
testify
have
to this
worked
shit.
with other ambulance companies.
And I really appreciate you paying attention to the detail of that question. I asked it very poorly. Thank you. Do you know, in terms of this incident on August 24th, 2019?
We can ask about
who
run cards
responded
next.
in terms of the ambulance
How about
company?
mutual aid agreements?
I know Falk Rocky Mountain did respond. I
No?
don't know if
Okay.
any others did.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the responsibilities,
Or
this
NWPTs.
top section is if
My
the
6-year-old
ambulance,
knows
so
more
Paul,
than you.
gets there first, correct?
Correct.
So now we'll shift down to the second section.
I
This
certainly
is
hope not.
equipment to be brought to the scene by the ambulance
Oh,
crew.
she does.
So that's Falk, hypothetically, when arriving secondary to AFR. Okay, so that's if fire's on scene and the ambulance comes in, this is the section that's governing.
Correct.
Okay, so the ambulance crew should bring the stretcher to the patient's side or to an appropriate staging
Wrong
location.
person, asshole.
Is that what that says?
Yes.
And well, who's IC?
Incident commander.
Okay, so the highest ranking AFR official.
Nope.
Does not necessarily pertain to rank.
Okay.
It's
Not
just
true.
Who is the incident commander?
Okay, so does that change depending on an engine? So depending on who's on the engine, the IC might be any number of people?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We're trained to incident command system standard.
Okay,
So any
already
member in the
discussed
organization
NIMS.
could be incident commander.
how would we
This
know
is
who's
me.
incident command?
They
Ask
would
the
designate
fucking
themselves
FEMA to
as
show
the
up and
incident
explain it
commander.
to you, dipshit.
Okay, it may be in that report or on something.
No,
at
it's not
night,
going to
or
be in
is it
anything. It's
recorded
going to be the
somewhere?
goddamn
It
FEMA
should
training
be on
about
the
NIMS, the
dispatch
National
tapes.
Incident Management
If
System.
the person arriving on scene taking command would say so on the radio,
Most likely the person you're hearing on the radio talking back and forth.
most likely.
So if you hear Lieutenant Pete Cichunic, it's probably him that's in incident command. Okay. So he would be talking to the ambulance to tell them this is where we're at.
No,
and
no,
has to
just
communicate
all
that
the
information
fucking no.
so that they could bring the stretcher to the patient's side.
Correct.
Okay. So second paragraph, if AFR is already on scene, the ambulance crew will confirm that the requisite equipment has been brought to the, and I believe the prosecution
No
said
weapons. This
scene.
isn't normal because this isn't an expert
We don't
witness.
really
and
know.
it
I mean,
isn't a
to the
witness
scene,
with
to
the
the
scope
patient,
of knowledge
the
to be able to
area.
testify to
Probably depends on the
this.
situation, correct?
Are you asking me about what appears to be a typo, or are you asking me about real life?
I'm asking you what you think that means. Could
Ah,
it be any of the above?
I feel bad for this
I
guy. I really do.
It's logical to say scene.
This is ridiculous.
You know, it's something that has to be corrected.
Fair enough. So a scene can be pretty large, right? Like, if your engine is parked on the scene, but not at the patient's side, that's still the scene, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Patient side might be up in an apartment building.
Correct.
And so it's not really clear, and that's why they have to
Weapons.
communicate.
It's
What
the
do you need?
prosecutor's witness, and the
What do you need
prosecution
brought,
gave them
right?
enough to fuck up with.
So the ambulance crew is
She's not working on
to the
giving
incident
him,
commander
getting him to
saying,
screw up.
"What
He's
do we
done
need? What
plenty
do
of
we
that.
need as a
We're
team? What do you
asking the
need
wrong
for the
witness
patient there?"
questions. This has
Correct?
nothing to do with that. This is
And
absolutely
that's why the next
ridiculous.
paragraph, it is beneficial for the ambulance crew to contact the fire units for clarification of patient location, best route of access, or additional equipment needs, because you're trying to coordinate this, right?
Correct.
And we're not going to talk about the
He
last one.
wouldn't
'cause
know. No,
this is
weapons,
not a
this
case
isn't
involving
her
multiple
witness.
patients, but
This
there is
is a
designation
defense
what you do if you
person
have a lot of people.
examining. We already went through the
that's
prosecutor, and the
something fire has to
prosecutor
deal
was
with.
just as fucking dumb.
So in this
Repeatedly during the
situation,
prosecution, they're
if
like,
you're
he's not a
operating
witness,
under
he's not an expert, he's
5.4
not
and
even
the
a
incident
paramedic, he
commander's
can't
talking
testify to
with
this.
the ambulance and saying, "Hey, come down this road. It's clogged over there. Come in here, get to here, bring the gurney, soft restraints, and ketamine." Are they complying with this?
Would you repeat the?
He can't testify to that, you fucking moron!
Nope.
Rephrase.
His best answer is
I will
no
rephrase.
answer.
So if
Rephrase.
a ambulance is coming to a scene and they're directed to come down a certain road because the main artery is blocked, is that complying with 5.4?
Yes.
If a ambulance is directed sort of what tools to bring, soft restraints, ketamine, narcotics, is that complying with 5.4?
Eh?
He's not a paramedic nor an expert.
Should
Try
it-
again.
It doesn't call for expert testimony.
Yes,
It's
yes,
asking,
it
does
does.
that satisfy what is being asked here on 5.4?
It's posing hypotheticals to the witness. He has not been qualified as an expert.
There you go.
That's fine. Okay. Deputy Rabnett, we'll ask it a little differently then.
No, you won't.
In your read of 5.4, what would you expect the incident commander to communicate pursuant to
If I was this guy,
the
I'd be
portion
pissed
that
off.
says the ambulance, well,
This is why I'm not allowed to be a
the
lawyer.
ambulance crew should bring the
I'd be
stretcher
in
to the patient's
contempt for
side
the
or to the
first, like,
appropriate station as
15
location is
minutes.
directed by the incident commander. What would you be expecting the incident commander to do pursuant to 5.4?
I need
Response.
circus music.
Judge, the people put in an exhibit 232 because it's relevant, and I'm asking for an explanation of 232.
Well, no one knows
So
what's
it's
on
certainly relevant
232
under
or why it's technically
401.
relevant, so I'm not sure what your issue is here.
All right, well, I find it doesn't call necessarily for expert testimony, but the document itself may be relevant, but the specific actions that are that he's being questioned about are beyond the scope, and I'm not sure of the relevance at this point.
So the court's finding it's beyond the scope?
Yes.
Okay.
Ben's got one for you.
Yeah, I saw. I got told I'd be a
Deputy
closet
Robnett, then we
attorney, that
will
AKA they'd have to lock me in
ask
a
about
closet to prevent
just
me from
in
getting
general
arrested.
terms of when you were asked what things needed to be brought, and there's a bunch of kits. Remember that line of questioning?
Oh, Jesus
Correct.
Christ, he's not a paramedic, so we
Is it
can't
fair
attest-
to
we
say-
He
can't
doesn't know what
testify to
kits
the
are on
kid's
board.
dead.
That what tools you need will be dictated by what's going on at that scene? Or information perhaps dispatched ahead of time?
All of the above, yes.
It's not his
One
choice,
tool
he's not
to
a
AFR
fucking
might be the
paramedic.
jaws of life we hear, where you have to separate a car.
Nor is he the incident
Yeah.
commander.
You have to get in
He's the
there.
deputy chief.
You don't need to take that if
He's
somebody's
an
giving birth.
administrator.
Not typically.
That would be sad if you did. I mean,
His entire job is paperwork.
Why are we discussing Hearst
that's
rescue
true.
tools
In a
and
bad
Homatra
accident.
rescue
That'd be
tools
awful. So
about and
it
labor
really
in the same
depends what
sentence?
you
Like,
know.
what are you doing?
is that fair to say?
No.
What you know about the scene.
Yeah.
Yes,
And then what you know about perhaps the needs of the patient.
correct.
Let's go to when you were asked, and we can turn this off now. You were asked about patient initiating patient. Do you remember that?
Initiating patient
So,
care. He couldn't answer
when
it then. He
you-
can't answer it
When
now.
you're dispatched to a scene as AFR and you initiate patient contact, you said that it's required. How does that look? Is it the same in every situation? How does it look?
It's not the same in every situation. I can speak
How does he
to
know and
me
why
as
does
a
he care?
responder. I can
It literally
can
looks like, hey, are you okay? Or, hi,
take a
ma'am.
look at a
I'm
patient.
paramedic Loki. I'm here with the Aurora Fire Department. What seems
it's
to be
like
the problem
the gentleman with the
today?
yellow tie.
That's it. That's what
I
making
can make
patient contact
some-
looks like.
Assessment of that gentleman is
There's a difference
has
between patient
a
contact and
blood
patient
pressure
assessment.
sufficient to
Contact
perfuse,
just means you saying
and
hi and
he
introducing
is
yourself.
sitting
That's
in a
it. Try
chair.
again.
So let me get this straight.
General as a
The guy
responder, how
expired in
people ask
police
them about
custody.
what initiating
and
patient
they're-
contact required.
No, he
I'm
expired a month
following that.
later. I'll explain it after.
All right.
I'll overrule the objection.
Fucking stupid.
I know that he is breathing. I haven't heard him speak, so I don't know that he's verbal. He has movement of extremities. I've seen him move. So those are assessments I can take, and I've never spoken to that gentleman.
So the protocol doesn't say you must go up and do A, B, C, D, E, F. Introduce yourself, do all these
does.
things. Does it?
Not that I'm aware of.
It does.
You
Do you want me
haven't
to
seen
pull it up, jackass?
That's not a protocol you've ever seen, is it?
Cool, I have it.
Because it has to be flexible for the situation.
Well, shit, it has to
Fair
be
enough.
flexible.
Makes sense.
And given the breadth of calls you respond to, how you interact is going to be dictated by what is going on at the scene. Is that true?
Correct.
You were asked about
Bull fucking
the-
shit. I have the protocol
the
right here.
kits and the inventory and the tools and the things that come on a fire truck. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Are
I
we gonna
want to
explain
back it
fire
out
trucks?
one
I read
second.
things
and
with
we've
woo-woos
talked
again,
about the
because that's how
fact
you
that
described it the
Bulk
first
does
time.
transport as one of the primary, but one of the ambulance crews. Can you load a patient in the fire truck and transport them?
Oh,
Pursuant to
Jesus
protocol?
Christ.
In extreme circumstances,
What kind of extreme circumstance?
no ambulance, no
Response.
Judge,
Legally,
the
you
people asked
can't.
about transport
wouldn't
and
do
asked
that,
about kits and
'Cause you're gonna
tools,
say
and we're
that legally
clarifying
you
what
can't.
is and is
Legally,
not
your
applicable
asshole will get
pursuant to
in
those
more
protocols.
fucking trouble than you know what to do with.
We're getting quite far afield, so I'll sustain that objection.
Deputy Chief, you said in extreme circumstances, is that a situation?
It's not legal even
that
in
would have been
extreme
applicable to this
circumstances.
incident?
You're still going to
This
end up
an
in front of the
extreme
medical director.
situation in terms of transport, where you have an ambulance?
No.
So you're not referring to if there's a delay of a few minutes of an ambulance. You're talking about a totally different situation.
Correct.
Perhaps you've run out of ambulances.
Perhaps
That would be an
you're a
extreme
fucking
situation.
moron.
So when we talked about the exhibits 281 and 282, if we can put those up, maybe do 281 first.
If you could, whenever you.
Here's
think it's
your
appropriate,
brain, woman.
find a good place
Oh, we
to
can
put it.
stop here, Judge. It's not up yet. We can wait and pick back up.
All right, the court is going to take the mid-morning recess at this time. Folks on the jury, I'd like to have you back assembled in approximately 15 minutes. Please remember, don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case, even amongst yourselves. Avoid any press coverage.
This is fucking ridiculous. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Ugh.
That bad?
Okay. Let's start with the stupid. What's a medical director? The medical director is the person you are operating under their medical license. The medical director is different for every facility in the state. It is also different for every department. So here is the medical oversight for the Aurora EMS is performed by the Pre-Hospital Care Consortium, which is comprised of 3 members from the Aurora Fire Rescue, Falk Rocky Mountain, AFR Medical Director, 3 assistant medical directors, and EMS managers representing the hospitals. Here are our medical directors. There we go. Dumbasses. Now, we're going to go past this. General questions. We don't need that. Procedure definitions. Physicians at scene. Physician decision algorithm. General. It's field pronouncement. Termination of arrest. Medical directives. Let's see. Where's patient contact? Freestanding EDs. Emergent versus non-emergent. Look. Mass casualty. Transportation decision. Alternate disposition of drunken dumbass. Quick reference. Intubation. There's the freaking table of contents. Y'all have too much stupid shit.
Is this the one for Colorado?
Yeah, this is their 2019 one.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Let's see where is medication protocols? Well, what do they have theirs under? I'm guessing it's going to be under patient or new patient for them. Where is this? It's not going to be on this one. It's probably on their state. So here's the thing. Let me go back to this. So in my meltdown, I was explaining that, look, first, patient contact just means that. Contact. Hi, I'm Paramedic Loki here with the Aurora Fire Department. What seems to be the problem? There you go. You've met patient contact. That's a legal definition. Because once you have had patient contact, you have to transfer contact. Otherwise, you can go to jail for patient abandonment. There are very specific things about the definition of patient contact. Her fucking questions about, is this on the ambulance? Is that on? It is through something called CAS, which is a centralized ambulance credentialing. It is national. And every state tells you what you legally have to carry on an ambulance. The CAS Commission and Accreditation Service. You have to have 5 saline flushes, 3 adult non-word breathers, 3 adult nasal cannulas, 3 pediatric nasal cannulas. What is on that thing has absolutely nothing to do with your quartermaster. It is a state guideline that says this is what your vehicle contains. Fire truck, ambulance, my Tahoe, anything. They're accredited. It tells you what's on them. No one gets to decide. Just saying. So stop it. Well, how do you know that they had that? Because everybody has to have it. It's a minimum requirement. You have to check your vehicle every shift. Just saying. Oh, what kind of fire truck? Yeah, there are different kinds of fire trucks. She asked about a fire truck. Was it an engine? Okay, is it an engine? Is it a tanker? Is it a rescue? Is it a heavy rescue? Is it a tiller? Is it an aerial? Is it a tower? And all of those have designations of what they have to carry. But not even that. Your fire truck does not have to be ALS licensed. There's no paramedics. It's not ALS licensed. It would be BLS EMT licensed, and you would only have basic life support on it. Fireboats are the same thing. They're all licensed per their type, and it tells you exactly what has to be on it. If it's an ALS license, you're going to have ALS stuff. Now, if you have firemen that are not paramedics and you have an ALS licensed truck, You'll have a narcotics compartment and the ALS bag, and the narcotics are locked in there. Helicopters, those fall actually under CAMPS, which is the Commission of American Medical Transport, and it's a critical care helo, and those are different. But regardless, anything has an inventory of what you have to have by law. And they wait at hospitals, like randomly, they will spot check you. You'll be at the hospital, they'll be like, cool, pull off this, 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 and show me you have them. They'll count. I had some dipshit who counted how many of every size IV catheter we had on my Tahoe. Because you have to have a minimum of 3 of each. Oh, well, they have to bring all the equipment. No, I'm not bringing a fucking OB kit to a 14-year-old that fell.
Especially if it's a 14-year-old boy.
Didn't they say the ambulance is run by a different company, not part of the fire department? Yes. Parson, so the ambulance, and that's a good point. This is not uncommon. Like DC Fire does it. Many big cities, DC Fire, Denver.
Seattle, Tacoma.
Yeah, well, no, Seattle's different. It takes an immense amount of time for transport, right? So you have combined systems and not. So Pittsburgh, you have like Pittsburgh Fire, and Pittsburgh Fire has paramedics, firefighter medics that can provide, or like firefighter EMTs that can provide a little bit of like support until the medics get there, and then the medics transport. Places like DC, it's DC Fire. DC Fire has ambulances. DC Fire only transports critical. If you are like a BLS EMT and a non-emergent, and you don't have a BLS truck or they're swamped, they contract with American Medical Response. So if it's a bullshit call for tow pain, they're going to call AMR. AMR is going to come to the scene, and AMR is going to transport you, so you're not taking things out of service. Aurora has ALS ambulances and ALS providers. They contract an ambulance for the transport because the transport, restock, cleanup, and return to service would take them out of service for such a long period of time. That's not to say there have not been times I've shown up on my Tahoe as a medic assist, as a special resource, where they were like, and to help fire or whatever, and then a transport company showed up, and the transport company is either A, didn't have a medic, or their medic didn't know what they were doing. So then you get on the vehicle and go with them. Aurora Fire can do the same thing. If their transport company shows up and needs help, because it's a cardiac arrest, or it's a situation you need 2 ALS providers, and they only have 1, or whatever, they can take the Aurora medic with them. You won't get shit for it because you're taking shit out of service, but you can do it. Not hard. So, no. They're saying, oh, well, can you tell them to bring the soft restraints, this, that, and the other? No. It's up to that paramedic that's going to transport. Will they have to call and talk to them? No, they don't. It's just common courtesy and normal. I'm going to be like, hey, county, I'm on scene. And generally, as soon as I say I'm on scene, the firemen are going to be like, hey, we have our ALS bag. All you need is a stretcher in this, so you don't bring all the stuff down. But there's plenty of times I show up on scene and fire's like, yeah, we're around the back. I don't know what they have, so I grab my ALS bag, my stretcher, and all the shit and go. If it's a technical rescue or a specialty situation they're calling me for, it's like I show up as a special medic. I'll show up and they'll be like, hey, Loki, I need you to bring your vent and blood and TXA. They don't carry those things, but they have all the other stuff. Hey, Sin. Glad to see you. Can't wait to see you. I can't wait to see you back. I'm having a Loki meltdown over a stupid trial where people are dumb. They'll ask for like specialty equipment because no one else carries a vent but me in the area. I can do a surgical airway. Other people can't. So they'll tell me, I need you for a surgical crike. They're not going to just like I'm not gonna call, they're not gonna call and not tell me what I need to bring or what they have or like they just do it. Oh no, Loki's been having a meltdown the entire time, Sin.
Yeah,
Loki's
I'm
been melting
concerned
down
about
for
an
like
aneurysm
3
now.
hours. Because they're not gonna like I'm not gonna be like, hey, I'm on scene, and they're gonna be like, okay, and then I show up with everything and see that they have all the same equipment. They're gonna tell me what I need to bring because they know if I show up and haul all that shit up there, that I'm making their ass haul it back down. No, everything doesn't fit in my ALS house bag. But if you saw the amount of crap I carry, you would know why. And I don't need to bring everything on every call. I'm not bringing a vent and an OB kit for a 14-year-old with a broken ankle. It's not needed. I can send someone up to my truck to get it if I need it. Jesus fucking Christ. They're asking, is he in good standing to do whatever? Well, A, that's not going to be on his training record. That's on the medical direction record.
Yes.
Not only is it that something that is maintained by the hospital or your medical director, they're like, well, does the state, does your training? No. Every single department has a different medical director. Now, I worked for the hospital and for the overriding medical directors. So I knew who had what medical director, but there was plenty of times like someone would fuck up on a call and their punishment from the medical director was have to run like 3 shifts with me or enough hours where I was supervising them for them to get their command back. But, let's say Aurora says you can't be a paramedic because the medical director, you didn't do whatever. You can go to Denver. If their medical director signs off, you can be a paramedic there.
Yep.
You'd have to pull through the state. The state is the only one that maintains record of who you have medical command through or the hospital systems. You would have to provide who your medical direction is through. Patients' pronouns. Some people assume, some people don't. People that complain that you use the wrong pronoun, like I teach an entire class on it. If it's obvious or they referred themselves, I generally try to get a patient to refer to themselves with the pronoun, and that's what I use. But yeah, Spencer, the pronouns, hey, you. Yeah, let me tell you, if they're not breathing, they don't give a shit what I call them. And I usually don't even need like a pronoun. Pound on the door gets open. Hey, this is Loki. Yeah, whatever ambulance, paramedic, whatever. What seems to be the problem? My dad over there, or I'm having trouble breathing. Okay, when did the trouble breathing start? Like, I don't need a pronoun. And if they care that much about the pronouns, then it's probably not that big of a medical emergency.
Well, maybe they'll just care about it later after you saved their ass.
Yeah, I've had that, and generally we're like, yeah, that's great. But like, how do you know that the patient, once you make patient contact, how do you do the assessment? Okay, well, like, here's you go. Let me go tap someone on the shoulder. Hey, are you okay? They don't answer. Oh shit, they're unconscious. There we go. I've evaluated that with them without them talking. I'm turning my phone off. Hey guys, do I want to go to Iowa for 13 weeks?
Iowa? What's in
Yeah,
Iowa?
I don't. That was completely and totally sarcasm. Someone texted me they need a specialty medic in Iowa for 13 weeks. This is ridiculous. They did not properly define a medical director. They didn't properly define the training records. And well, how do I know if they're in good standing? Every state maintains a state licensure database. Go to the state of Colorado. You can put his name and it'll tell you if he is up and current on his Con Ed and in good standing. Not that hard. Really not that hard. Like, I don't get it. Like, why you're asking people that shit. Parson, I do not work on an ambulance anymore. The only time I work in a public safety capacity is as a specialty medic, which means I work with FBI, DEA, and SWAT or hazmat as an advanced hazmat life support provider or an advanced tactical care provider. Occasionally, I do advanced medical rescue, technical medical rescue. And that's actually usually in my OSHA job because, like, when they have an entrapment or something at a building or a steel mill or a factory or a facility, because I can safely operate there in those situations. But that's about it. I gave up dealing with regular 911 callers years ago because, trust me.
Continue with your examination.
Thank you.
Oh, we're back. Yay.
Deputy Chief, I forgot to ask what perhaps is a silly question, but just, I've never been on a fire truck. So
Oh,
do
God.
the fire trucks have gurneys on them?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Do they have scales for adults on them?
No.
Now if we can go to People's Exhibit 281, the basic incident report.
Ma'am. Ma'am? Ma'am?
All right, I'll try this again. I think it goes to sleep sometimes.
Yeah.
Ma'am? I'm not sure what you think we do on a fire truck.
There we go.
Why the fuck would I have a scale?
That would be a good question. That
Do
would
you
be a
have it
good
on your
question.
screen? Okay, it looks like it's still trying to wake up. So there we go.
Ma'am.
All right, so if we can walk through this, we'll start at the top left. The incident type, yeah, we'll just, there, thank you, Cole. So
You carry a scale for adults?
can you
The
tell,
fuck?
the things in bold, the incident type, incident number as you go down, location, everything in bold, black, is that auto-populated or is that something
Hey, my
sat
guy,
there and
before I
being typed
rescue
in
you
by
from
one
this
of
burning
fire?
building, let's stand on the scale to
Arnold
see
form.
if I
Um,
can,
Or
pick
do
you
you
up.
know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the dispatch center's process.
Okay, no problem at all. I won't ask that. And that's,
Well, I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
Would you ask your question again?
Yes. So when we're looking at the basic incident report, that's a blow. If we look at the top right, it says basic incident report, Aurora Fire.
Yes.
So on this page, there are things that are kind of bold.
Ma'am,
like
I know the
incident
building. Sir, I know the
chronology,
building's on fire. I need you to
incident
step
date,
on the
time
scale
of
to see
call.
if
They
I
just
can
kinda
carry
look
you or
like
if I need to
section
call
headers.
someone for lifting assistance.
Are those
Let me ever
auto-populated
loving
or is that
fuck.
something, is this a form somebody's filling out? Do you know?
Yes, this is the bold type is a template. It's standard on every form.
Gotcha. So
We're
when
gonna go
somebody
into
is filling that
documentation
out,
now.
is this something that, I forget what it's called, but it's like a glowing, I always refer to it as like a glowing clipboard. Is that on there? Is that, do you know what I'm
What?
referring to?
The tablet.
Yeah.
That they
A
describe
glowing
the event
clipboard?
with.
Yeah.
Somebody
Is that what
backhanded
where
with
you
the
do
fucking
this, or is
clipboard.
this done back at the station?
Knock some
Or
goddamn
do you
sense
know?
into this woman.
So
You don't know the word
a
tablet.
lot
You
of
called it
this
a
is
glowing
populated
clipboard.
by the
How
computer-aided
do you
dispatch,
have
Gotcha.
the
the
times,
fucking
the
brain
address,
cells
and
to
the
function?
incident type. That is what they
Why are you
were
here, woman?
responding to.
Ma'am, I am
that's put
amazed you
there
can breathe with that
prior
constant and
to
explicit
them
instruction if you
arriving.
had to call
Okay.
it a glowing fucking
So it's
clipboard,
kind
not
of,
an
we
iPad or
heard
a
from
tablet.
some dispatchers, you have this different dispatches that are gathering information.
Weapons?
And as it gets
I
linked
believe
No,
so.
weapons, she's
incidences, it gets
intentionally.
pulled
No,
over. Is
she's
that where this
disputed
information
weapons.
is coming
She's
from?
not doing it on purpose.
Yes.
Okay.
She's already gotten
When it
slammed
talks on the
several
top
times by the
right,
judge.
under incident chronology, what is the A shift?
I would like to know how you can breathe without constant and explicit instructions if you can't tell the
That
difference
is
between a
the-
clipboard and a
we
fucking
operate on 3
iPad.
different shifts,
Okay.
A, B, and C.
What are they?
So that is, you're assigned to a shift. So you work a third of the month. the day you're working is an A shift day. The next shift could be a C shift or a B shift.
Okay. And they're 24-hour shifts.
That's correct.
Do they all start at the same time?
Technically, all shifts start at 7:55 in the morning,
Carson, the
7:55
defendants
to
have
8:05
nothing,
in the
it has
morning.
nothing to do with the defendants. They are
Members
union
will,
firemen, so the
come in early for
IAFF
somebody on a day or stay late
provides
for
their legal
another member.
representation.
Sure. And when you say that they have to complete these forms by end of shift, is that what you're talking about? This is one of the forms they have to complete before they leave for the day.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. I'm sure there's probably exceptions along the way, but in general, that's
And
the
therefore
expectation.
24 hours.
Okay. So when we look down this, actions taken,
That's what all idiots
provide
were in New
advanced
Mexico
life support and
lawyer-wise, from what
transport.
we had
Is
been
this
seeing.
meant
I
to
was
just be kind of like
wrong.
a snapshot?
She belongs
just a
in New
small
Mexico.
note?
Elaine
Or
over
are you
here.
expected to type in every single thing you did on a call?
On this report?
Yeah.
No, this report, this section lets you know that there is a patient care report to review.
Right. All right. So then we come down, incident,
The
special
magical glowing
resources,
clipboard
incident
that somebody should
casualties, and it
fucking
says one
smack her
patient was
with.
encountered. Again, telling us we're looking for one PCR.
Correct.
Okay, one patient care report. Okay. Now if we can go to the bottom section of this.
Valid question.
There's a
Parker.
narrative here. And again,
Glowing
when we say
clipboard.
report by LT, is that short for Lieutenant
Correct.
Cichunic? And then report completed by Peter Cichunic. And if I started at 8 a.m. on August 24th, 2019, and this is completed before 8 a.m. on August 25th, 2019, I'm before my end of shift, correct?
Correct.
Does this, because it's created by, report by, do we know always if that person typed every single thing in the,
Nope,
the
you do
report or
not.
the
I already
PCR?
addressed this.
No.
Is it normal for teams to have somebody doing some stuff and then somebody else might jump in and enter different stuff?
Yep.
Yes.
And the medic is the one that
When
signs
under
off
the
on it.
narrative, what is PE2?
Paramedic engine number 2.
No
Gotcha.
weapons.
So
She's not. She's an idiot.
do you know,
She's
is it
gotten
station houses?
screamed
Is
at
that how they're
several
referred
times
to?
and
Sure.
told that
Okay.
her questions
Is
are
there also a
irrelevant
station house
and
too?
outside of the scope, and this isn't an expert witness. She
No.
can't ask.
Okay.
Not this is apparatus.
Okay. So this is not where that engine's coming from. It's unique to the engine.
Correct.
Okay. So paramedic engine 2 responded emergent with medic 103. Is that a medic on that apparatus, that engine, or is that referring to Falk, or do you know?
That's referring to,
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time that this is beyond the scope. Deputy Chief Robnet introduced these exhibits as the custodian of records. Is not a fact witness for this particular report.
All right. I think the questions are really what, how these documents are typically prepared and what certain acronyms and such mean. So I'm
He's
not
already said he's
overly
bad at
objection
acronyms.
with respect to this line of questioning.
You can go ahead.
Medic 103 is referring to Falk Rocky Mountain Unit 103.
Okay. And then where it says that next line, per APD. APD, just so we're all clear, is,
Aurora Police Department.
okay. And then we keep going down to patient restrained by APD, that next part where it says PE2D provided patient care, but then it says AIP. What is AIP? Do you know? Transported emergent to AIP. Do you know if that's,
The facility that was transported.
so Anschutz inpatient perhaps? Is that University of Colorado's?
Yes.
Okay.
One at a time.
Oh, sorry. With 3 fire ALS. What does
Stop.
fire ALS mean?
Just stop.
That means the
He can
3
testify
firefighters,
to the
3
basics
Aurora
of a
firefighters
report.
were on
He
board the
cannot
ambulance and
testify
they were
to
providing
exactly what
advanced
is in
life support.
this
Okay.
report.
So that's just telling you that they got into the ambulance as opposed to being on the engine.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, if we can shift to Exhibit 282, the patient care report.
He
we're
can't
gonna kinda
testify
start
to the
again at the
patient care
top.
report. He didn't write it. We all have a different style.
We were talking about when
all
you
have
have a
different
patient and you
acronyms
don't
for
have a
certain
patient.
things.
If you have a
Oh,
patient,
Jesus fucking Christ.
this is what the next report will be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, I want to make sure I am asking the right person these questions.
You're not.
If you don't know the answer, just tell me you don't know, okay? Because I know some of this is the paramedic. But when we're talking about, again, incident information up at the top and incident number, that's that auto-populated part? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. How about under incident time log? That next section.
It
do
goes
you
off
know
the
if these
fucking
are
dispatch, you dumb
auto-populated,
shit.
pulled from machines within the ambulance or hand typed in?
Oh,
Or do you know?
I want to
I
hear this
don't know how
answer.
these particular ones were logged in, but there are several ways it could be logged in.
I don't know.
The
Right. You're an
lieutenant can
idiot.
hit
Stop
his
talking.
button on his mobile data computer, and that would log a time. He can verbalize it on the radio, and then the dispatcher would log a time.
Sure.
There's
That's still
numerous
not the answer to
ways
the
that
question
this
she asked, and you
information
still
can
don't know
be
what you're
done.
talking about.
If you're
so
in the
both of you
middle
shut up.
of advanced life support, you're probably not hitting your button or radioing. Is that fair to say? Or do you know? Or it depends.
It depends.
The famous lawyer answer.
I'll give you a
Patient
famous lawyer answer.
information. And patient name John Doe, why does AFR use that? When would you use John Doe?
When you have
You
not
don't know who the fuck he
or
is.
cannot identify a patient.
Okay. So it's not anybody picking that. That is what AFR uses when they don't know the name.
Correct.
Would it be Jane Doe if the person appears to be a female? Or is it always John Doe?
It could be either.
Okay. And again, gender, ethnicity.
Oh,
and
Jesus
age,
Christ.
Are those approximations guesses or are those auto-populated?
Guesses.
Guesses. Okay. So when we get down below patient history and we're going down in here, the bold on the left, is that the template? And then what's on the right? I don't know how easy it is for the jurors to tell, but on our screens, the ones on the right look a little lighter. Would that be fair to say that those are filled in?
Yeah, those are data entry points.
Okay. And now we can keep going down. This encounter, classification, onset of symptoms, initial condition, those kind of things, again, that's the template,
Correct.
right? Providers, well, to the right, medical 5 minutes, red critical, behavioral problem, and cardiac arrest. Those are typed in.
Stop asking
are
him
they
to
chosen from a
testify about
template, or
someone
do you
else's
know?
fucking report.
I
It's the
don't
guy that
know
wrote
if
the
those are
report.
drop-down menus or if they're typed in.
And that's why.
It's a data entry point.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. I apologize. I just talked over you. I'm sorry. There are different forms of templates AFR
No,
uses.
no,
and
there's
that's what I
not.
wanted to clarify.
Ow!
Sometimes somebody just types in like their narrative
Yes,
answer. You're sitting
GMK.
here just typing in your own words. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But other times are you selecting, like you're trying to pick
Yeah,
from
GMK, it's going to be
choices?
me murdering
So
her.
sometimes
the
like,
fucking murder of
for
my
example,
last
a
remaining
medication
brain
might have a
cells
list of
insanity.
medications and you're selecting which one.
Correct.
But under a narrative, you're probably typing what your observations are.
Correct.
Okay. Then under disposition,
He didn't
patient
type it.
disposition,
Stop
again on
asking.
the left, we're talking about the dark bold again, correct?
Yes.
And on the right is the data enter or typed in.
Correct.
And so transporting agency in this situation is Falk. And that was
EMTs
selected
don't
or
give
typed
medication
in
person. That
by
would be
whoever
paramedic.
authored the report, correct?
Correct.
And that is yet to be
Transport
seen if that was
mode,
the true cause of
emergent.
death.
I would
We
guess
will
you
get
could
there.
choose between emergent and non-emergent. Would those be the
That
only
means
two
did they
forms?
use the woo-woos
Okay.
or
Well,
not?
No.
Is there a
That's what
third?
that means.
Personal vehicle or private vehicle could be a transport.
Gotcha. So if you are a first responder who sees somebody and you pick somebody up and
You
drive them to the
can't.
hospital, you're still going to do a report.
You can't just
No.
do that.
Okay.
That would be a situation where they refuse to be transported by ambulance, but
Gotcha.
inform the provider that they are going to go
You're not going
by
to show up as a
private
fucking
car
first
to the
responder
hospital.
and get in.
Understood. So my husband's in a car accident and I go to the scene and I tell you, I'll take him.
You can't.
You'll say.
Your husband
personal
has
car
to
or
say
vehicle
that,
in
and
the
your
report.
husband has to go through
Okay.
informed consent, and then your husband has
So-
to sign a
And
fucking
transported to
refusal.
AIP and shoots inpatient. So cardiac arrest, and again, we have this section. Cardiac arrest was witnessed, resuscitation, cardiac arrest
Why are
etiology,
you
resuscitation
testifying
started, resuscitation
something that you
discontinued.
weren't
That
there?
line again is all the bold, that's the template form, correct?
Correct.
And then we're selecting on the right side, data entry points or information that gets entered, correct?
Would you like me to show
On
you
the
how
right
EMS
side over
charts
here,
work?
we have some additional bold. Who witnessed the arrest, estimated time of arrest, first monitor rhythm. Again, those are part of the left side of what we just highlighted were the bold parts. That was the template, correct?
Yeah, GMK,
Yeah,
this
you
is
highlighted everything.
Colorado
know.
versus
Both
Cichunic
sections
and
are
Cooper, the
template, yeah.
paramedics
So
from the Elijah
the
McClain
estimated
case.
time of arrest, and then where it says 0 to 2 minutes, is that probably a drop down and you're trying to select the best?
I would guess.
Okay. Who witnessed the arrest? Again, probably a drop down. If there was no witness, if it was a family, something like
DE
that.
Caroline, this person
select
isn't being prosecuted. This is
enforcement
just some
versus
random
EMS
fucker from the
responder.
police department. Or, I mean,
First
from
monitored
the
rhythm,
fire department.
asystole, that's going to be probably a drop down, but probably paramedics. So we won't ask
Fire
you.
department hired this lady.
Well, no, I'm saying the
Bottom.
person on the
Is
stand
that
that's
the
an
bottom?
idiot.
Are we at the
And
bottom?
yeah, that says
Nope.
IAFF.
Okay. So in this section,
would
and again,
I
do
shouldn't
you
say that. This
know,
would be
there's a vital
a
signs
union lawyer,
summary,
or they could have hired their own.
and then right beneath it, it says there's like sections: time, blood pressure, pulse, respiration. Those are all the bolded ones.
Yeah, this is a defense
those the
attorney, and
template?
again, I would sooner
And then
trust
everything
fucking
that
Tim
comes
Blandino or
after
Chili.
that, while they seem to have very
They'd make more
specific
sense.
Hi,
timestamps,
Sandy.
you know where that data is coming from in the form of, is it drop down, auto populated?
He doesn't know because
taken
he's not a
from
fucking
a
paramedic.
machine, hand put in? Do you
He's
know?
not the one filling out these forms.
This looks like it came from the monitor.
Okay. Did you switch systems now? Is this an old system or is this the same system?
That's my hesitation. This is,
He's not an
This is
expert. Why don't we just
the
ask the person that
old
wrote the
system.
goddamn
But
report?
it's a High Plains report.
Okay. It gets confusing when they update technology. I am not a fan. So
Obviously.
everything in
was
there
already
probably was a
settled.
download from a
City
monitor.
already settled with McClain's
believe that's
parents. He got a fuck ton of money.
Treatments and assessments, under their time and treatment and assessments, those are bolded, correct?
I've missed you, Ardo, my
So
love.
those are template.
Correct.
And then beneath them, again, we have a series of
Ardo, this might
timestamps,
push me
but we have
past the
different
Mexico versus
information.
Cummings.
Do you know if
This
those
is in
are
my
drop
mind.
down or data entry or hand put in?
Why am I doing this on my fucking birthday?
Probably those are,
Or are they a combination?
it is a combination. Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah, the
I
glowing
have-
clipboard lady isn't a fan of technology. The
Data-
glowing
whoever
clipboard
enters
lady's a
data will
fucking
follow
window
the-
licker.
Okay.
I would object that.
I swear to God, if
All right,
my
I'll strike the
6-year-old
answer.
doesn't start a
If
fucking
you know,
glowing clipboard.
You can't speculate or guess about how things are done. If you
Yeah,
know, that's fine.
can't
If you
speculate or
don't,
guess,
that's fine.
especially since he
Okay.
didn't write the goddamn
So,
report.
so fair to say the way the line kind of looks, it looks like some might be populated and some might be filled in. And so we're just not sure.
DE Caroline, the
We'd have to
person
ask the
talking
author
right
of the
now is his
report,
defense
probably.
attorney.
Okay. All right. If we keep going down,
The person talking right now should give a fuck. It's a defense attorney.
where it's the second page. So we're at the top. That top part is just a continuation from the first
Ardo
page,
and
correct?
Iris is partly to blame for this.
Here's some, yeah.
Okay. And then we go to the next section. So this one looks very different. Is this what
That's
we
a
were
very
talking
good
about?
question, Weapons. I don't
Narrative
know.
and primary narrative, those are bolded.
Why
but
is
then
this
it looks
kind-
more
why
like
is
a
this- why does he
Weapons?
do-
Typed out
How
narrative.
can you know where the
I
fuck she's
don't mean to
going
use
with
the
it? The
word
woman thought a
narrative, but that's
tablet
what
was
it
got a
says.
glowing
So,
clipboard.
Is this somebody's report, somebody's words? This is not a template.
Like
that
you're
just
going to trust
selecting.
someone who calls it a glowing
The
clipboard.
highlighted sections are part of the template. The text.
Oh, I thought she was talking about the
written
ones
in
that
by the
like
input.
neon
Gotcha.
style
It looks
plastic
like there's
that
an
goes like
acronym.
No, no, she was
Soap.
talking about our
Do you know what that
goddamn
means?
tablets we used
It looks like you do.
to write reports on.
Okay, we will not
Oh,
put you on the
jeez.
spot and do that. We will wait. but
Fucking
it's an
tablet,
acronym.
like a literal tablet.
And then at the bottom
Ugh.
of the report again
I have a couple of
Hey,
those here in the
Caroline, like,
drawer.
was by
we can discuss what kind of
LTPM
pen,
Cichunic.
or if
So
you're in the state of
Lieutenant
Mississippi, if you
Pete,
have the
probably middle
appropriately
initial,
blunted
Cichunic.
Sharpie.
Parent,
That
never
you
mind.
blunt it
Not a
just
middle
enough that
initial.
every time
Lieutenant
you fill in the
Paramedic
dot, it
Cichunic.
perfectly fills in the
Thank
size
you.
circle.
And is that the bottom? No, there we go. The last two
Why is
sections.
the prosecutor not asking for this woman to be stomped to
Again, so
court?
when we do,
Because the
Under
prosecutor was even fucking
signatures.
dumber.
and it says information was not given to patient, but to the right, it says transfer of care. Is that again a drop down, meaning it was a handoff? You do a handoff to another hospital or provider?
No. Why would it be?
Transfer of
Correct. If the
patient
patient
care.
is not capable of signing, then it's a transfer of care.
Okay. And no patient documents and signatures, no patient documents collected. If
We
if
don't
you
get
had
medical
collected,
records.
For example, if somebody took somebody's purse, they collect a purse, is that where you'd put it? You'd have to list out what you took of the patients if you're taking custody of something.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you didn't take custody of anything, that's what you say.
Correct.
All right.
Oh, weapons, it just
And I
gets
think
worse.
under the last thing, we can put that down. Thanks, Cole.
From the
Under the
beginning to
last
now,
part, we
it's
talked
just
about
gotten worse.
protocols and you
straight mic.
clarified. You said
Don't
that
worry, it
those are
gets
created
worse.
by a consortium. And then Dr. Hill kind of sets the standards for Aurora Fire. He may go in and tweak them from the consortium. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Well, you're not a
I believe
paramedic, you
the
don't
question
know.
that I was
You
asked
can't
was,
legally
does he
testify to that
create
because you're
the
not an
protocols?
expert. And B,
he
your answer's
operates off
fucking
of
wrong.
different metro protocols. He's part of that consortium.
Right.
However, for Aurora protocols, he tweaks for our specific.
Right. So he's part of the bigger, and then he can make it narrower. So if we kind of think of it like a funnel.
Yeah.
Like the Denver
What?
consortium is the top of the funnel and Dr. Hill and Aurora are the bottom. He can make it more narrow, but he won't go broader then.
Not
That fair to
true.
Or is that too broad?
I'd go with.
I-
I'd go
that's
for a
broad.
single
Okay.
malt. Yeah, Sandy.
And probably better a question for Dr. Hill. Okay. Deputy Chief, I really appreciate your patience with me and my technology. Thank you. I don't have any further
Yeah,
questions.
you and the glowing fucking clipboard.
On behalf of Mr. Cichunic,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sandy recommends the single
Morning,
malt.
Chief. How are you?
I'm well.
Yeah.
Good. I'm going to jump around quite a bit more
Trying to
than
confuse
Ms.
everyone more
Fagan
than the
did.
fuck we already have. 'Cause
Could
I
we
can't
bring up
form a defense on a fucking timeline? No, we're just gonna
Exhibit 232?
eat ourselves
please?
from, time point to time point.
That's a good question, Spencer.
Now, do you have an understanding of what the purpose of this policy
Deputy Chief of
is?
AFD.
No, he's not.
Policy contains a scope, and the scope identifies the purpose of the policy.
Okay. And the title of the policy is AFR and Transport Provider On-Scene Coordination.
Correct.
What does that mean? Coordination between AFR
Carson,
and Transport
Chat
Provider
GPT
on
could do
scene.
better.
It's how, because they are two separate agencies, AFR and Falk Rocky Mountain, it outlines how they are to work together,
Okay.
because they each has different policies.
And it comes in some detail as to what each organization should do when they're both on scene together, correct?
Correct.
All right. And
Should
there
not
is
shall.
specific training throughout AFR, and there was specific training in 2019 regarding this coordination, correct?
I would have to assume there was, but I cannot directly recall a specific training on 5.4.
Why are we asking
Okay,
him?
and the
Ask the
reason that
training
you would have to
director.
assume it is because there's regular trainings going on all aspects of the manual of procedures, right?
Correct, and frequently AFR and Falk Rocky Mountain train together.
Correct. Now, when they train together, they coordinate amongst each other and they train scenarios where they're both going to be on scene at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And they would train patient transfer protocols and equipment that's brought to the scene.
No, you don't
and
even fucking train that
coordination
shit. They just
of
tell you who's doing
trucks
what.
and ambulances
There's no
and
reason to hold a
rigs and
training
things
for a
like
regular
that, right?
fucking call.
Yes.
And probably communications between the two agencies.
Yes.
And we looked at a prior, there was another exhibit that we looked at that talked about what equipment the ambulances
Oh,
are
Jesus
expected
Christ,
to
we're back
bring
to
to
equipment.
a given scene, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so during these trainings, those are the kinds of things that you would expect would be covered under this on-scene coordination protocol, correct?
No, the
Yes.
civil case was
Difficult
already
to
dealt
put
with.
into
It
writing
was settled for a shit
every
ton of money.
scenario, but yes.
Sure.
Like
These
17
are
million or something
general
ridiculous, I think.
guidelines
Wow.
for
I don't know. I'd have to
any
look.
one of a number of situations that
That's a lot.
AFR and or Falck ambulance might run into in the scene, correct? Or any other transport provider,
Exactly.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
$15 million.
to your knowledge, so we went
He
through
was awarded $15 million by the
without
state.
finding it in my notes and bringing it up as an
The civil's
exhibit.
over.
We went through the exhibit
Yep,
that
civil's over. He got 15. The family got $15 million.
what information and equipment an ambulance is supposed to bring to the scene.
Okay, we just
Are
talked
you
about the
aware of
licensing.
any, and I'm
Oh,
sorry, the
Jesus
abbreviation
fucking
for these
Christ.
is commonly MOPs, right?
Correct.
Okay. So is there an MOP that covers what a specific type of engine is supposed to bring to any given scene?
It's called state licensure.
I can't specifically remember an MOP addressing the equipment that the engine is to bring.
Okay. And you said that these agencies, AFR and Falck, they train together under these policies, correct?
Correct.
Are there any policies concerning
Yes, Spencer, because originally there was no
coordination of
criminal
agencies
charge.
between AFR and the Aurora Police Department contained in the MOPs? In 2000, let me narrow that. In 2019, were there any policies similar to this one that governed on-scene coordination of AFR and the Aurora Police Department?
Oh, I
Not
know exactly
specifically
where he's going,
coordination. There's
Caroline. I know
references
exactly
throughout
where
the
he's
policy
going.
of
Well,
APD.
one up on me
but
then.
No,
Yeah, I'll
nothing
explain it
along the
after.
lines of this policy, a specific policy.
Okay, and so
I'm going to
Yeah, Spencer, I'll
you're-
explain that too.
your
Right?
understanding in
I try not to
2019,
talk over too much
there were
of
no
it, but
specific policies
get
where
ranty.
AFR and APD would have trained
Okay,
together
I'll return
under
in a
the
minute or
policies
two.
to coordinate their efforts on a given scene.
We do train together on certain scenes like mass casualty incidents or active shooter incidents. We have frequently trained together. I believe there was some training with APD SWAT team and how we coordinate that as well. Then we've had embedded members in the SWAT team. They train together frequently.
Okay. And those scenarios where they train together, those are for specific incidences, like you mentioned, like mass casualties and special circumstances, correct?
Correct.
They don't train together.
yeah,
on,
Spencer, I'll explain it at the
daily
break. It's just not a
interaction
quick
between the two
explanation.
agencies, correct?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. I also just wanted to clarify something because I think as the case progresses, it may become a question. I believe that you mentioned that now and since 2005, I think you said, all AFR members are required to be paramedics.
Correct.
How does that explain us seeing EMTs who are not paramedics, but who are AFR members on any given scene, if all members are supposed to be paramedics? Can you explain that for the jury, please?
Certainly. You do not have to be a paramedic to be hired with AFR. So we pay for the training, but we don't have the budget to send everybody all at once.
Weapons, I'll explain
So
it at the
there's
break.
typically
It's actually
a
really easy.
Period of time after the academy and before it's your number to go to paramedic school, where you are simply an EMT operating in the city. And that area can be up to and has exceeded 5 years on occasion.
And that was going to be my next question. Is there a time limit after hiring by which an AFR member has to become licensed as a paramedic?
There, at one point, there was a time limit. However, the agency could not meet that time limit.
What was that time limit?
It was 4 years.
Okay. And so in today, they cannot meet that time limit, and so it's been extended to a certain extent.
Parson, I
Okay.
want to see
So there
the
are
declaration of
a number
jurisdiction.
of AFR members who are only EMTs. They are not
I wanna see the
paramedic certified,
contract.
correct?
That were hired after 2005, yes.
Yes.
I want to
Hired
see how they
before
contracted with the
2005,
government.
they're, quite a number.
And you would be one example of
I
that,
would seriously
correct?
take
I
fucking
would.
chili over this.
Okay.
God,
like
that's
I'm old
not
enough to point
something I
that
thought
out.
I'd ever say.
So. You spoke quite a bit about the processes and procedures for maintaining your status and licensure as a paramedic once you achieve that, correct?
Correct.
And to your understanding as an administrator, the paramedics have to maintain a certain number of hours of ongoing education to maintain their licensing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that there are different agencies and organizations that maintain that license status?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, so AFR obviously keeps a record of how many paramedics it has, correct?
Correct.
All right, so it maintains notice of their licensing status, right? But the paramedic license is actually
Conag.
issued by the state, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
Parson
so Colorado
and
Department
who the
of Public
corporation
Health,
is, or
I
if
believe,
they're
and
standing as
environment,
the
and
man.
environment, correct? CDPHE.
The man, not the
correct?
entity.
And they have their own standards and
Literally never
circumstances
thought I
and
would say
continuing
I would rather
education
have chili.
requirements, right?
They we mirror their standards.
Okay.
So yes, it's their standards.
And is it your understanding that there is also a national registry of
Oh, Jesus
emergency,
Christ. Now we're going to go into the different
medical
kinds of
care
medic
providers?
registry?
Correct.
You
And
can't,
are
you gotta
you aware
fucking-
of them maintaining the same or different or additional standards as well?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, have either Medic Cooper or Medic Cichunic ever been out of compliance with their licensing requirements while they were with AFR?
Not to my knowledge.
And also, you mentioned briefly that a medic that was in danger of losing their license because of lack of maintaining this ongoing educational requirement would get warnings, I think you called them, or notices.
You would get a notice when your recertification is approaching.
Oh, I see.
So if then it's incumbent upon you to make sure you have the appropriate hours.
Okay. So, and that was, I think you said a 9-month, a 6-month, and a 3-month.
In 2019, I'm trying to remember, like 2019, I believe that was correct. 9-month, 6-month, 3-month.
Okay. And that was something that was sort of auto-produced by Aurora administration somehow.
The training administrator would. No, that's not accurate. Well,
I want to.
It's hard to remember
stand under
back
the
2019
fucking
what
building right now.
processes. It either the incumbent lieutenant
An anvil,
would send those
something.
notices or the training administrator would send those notices.
Okay, but the training, I'm sorry, what did you call it? The training division?
The
Yes,
yeah,
since we
training
need the
division,
oath
the
of office,
incumbent
and we're
training
going to need
lieutenant.
their, you know,
They keep track of where
Lawful
people stand
law.
in terms of their certification process, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so
Koenig,
while
we'll
they
just
give
call us strip here.
notice to EMS that their recertification period is coming up, they don't necessarily impose or say you have to take X, Y, and Z class or this many hours or anything like that. They just notice them that their period is coming up.
Well, we track each member's hours, and the state classifies those hours into certain categories like trauma, pediatrics, etc. We track those hours as well so that they know what categories they are in. So they can go into the training system and they can see what hours they are. If they're missing hours, they can see what they're missing in what category.
So a little more information than just, hey, your licensing is coming up,
Absolutely.
right?
And the department, the agency provides training throughout the year, throughout the years of their certification. May not match, may not provide as much. They might have to do some self-study in order to meet the criteria.
Sure. And I would expect that these other organizations, CDPHE and the National Registry, they also provide online training as well, or additional training as might be appropriate to keep somebody in compliance, correct?
Yes.
And regardless of the source from which that training comes, the obligation is on the individual medic to keep their license current, not on AFR to prod them in that direction.
Prod. I struggle with prod because we do a bit of prodding. But it is the medic's responsibility to maintain their hours. We cannot do it for them.
There was one more question to ask. Hold on here. I apologize. Just let me. I'm sorry. It slipped my mind. I just thought of it while I was standing.
Yeah, Navy. I lost half my
Let me
brain
come back to
cells.
it. Oh, yeah. I actually wrote it down. Here it is right here. As an administrator within the Aurora Fire Rescue, are you familiar with the consequences of what happens to a medic if their license falls out of compliance?
If that medic was hired after 2005, they would lose their job.
Okay. Can we bring up Exhibit 256, please? Do you recall taking a look at this previous? Oh, sorry. I guess I'll wait till you can see it on the screen. Till the jury can see it.
I'm sorry, that was 256?
256, Your Honor.
Once again.
What are you people doing?
They might be waiting for the exhibit.
Hey, I was sure that wasn't going to work.
Yo,
I was sure that you're a fucking idiot.
Do you recall reviewing this training list of medic Cichunics?
I have to scroll down so I could see the dates. Or scroll up. I'm sorry.
Scroll up. Thanks.
Yes, that appears to be the record I viewed.
Okay, and if you could scroll down, and you see down there on 11/27/2018 at 8:30, there was a monitor training, introduction to the LifePak 15 monitor for field demo, hands-on training of different scenarios. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what that training was about?
We introduced a new monitor to the system,
Okay.
and this was one of the trainings that, or this actually says demo as well. So
Yeah, it says field demo, hands-on training of different scenarios. Can you tell?
I cannot tell. Oh, I
Oh,
apologize.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you. Go ahead.
I cannot tell you specifically what that was
Okay.
beyond this written
Because you're not
explanation.
a paramedic.
Are you familiar with what a LifePak 15 monitor is?
He's not a fucking paramedic. He can't
It's a-
test, or an
it's a
expert. He
cardiac
can't
monitor.
testify to
Okay.
anything about a life
And
pack monitor.
does AFR utilize LifePak 15 monitors to your knowledge?
We use a Zoll monitor.
ZOLL?
Yes, that's how you.
Now we're going to discuss the
Okay.
difference between Zoll,
Uh,
Phillips, and
So has Aurora, to your
LifePak?
knowledge,
Really?
ever used a LifePak 15 monitor?
We've used that brand, but I don't believe that model.
Okay, so this training, which is generally labeled monitor training, introduction to LifePak,
no weapons. It
may
wasn't.
very well have simply been a sales.
I don't know why
pitch
no
for the
one's
LifePak
fucking
15
objecting. This is
monitor, correct?
ridiculous.
Could have been.
Okay, so essentially, there's no way to tell specifically what the content of any specific training is from the title that's provided here, right?
Konak, I'm going to call him brain dead after this.
I need to review all the titles.
Well, we don't need to do that. I was asking
Sandy,
you
my
as a general
6-year-old's
question,
smarter.
right? So if you go up to 8/5/2018 at 12:30, it says ISO training 854, for example. What is ISO training?
ISO stands for Insurance Security Office. Insurance Security Office acronyms. Anyway, so part of the city's fire department's rating is an ISO rating for the insurance industry. And they require specific amount of training in several different disciplines.
Okay,
So we identify those in the members' training so that we can track those when the ISO agency comes in to do an evaluation of us, which they did, a year, 2 years ago. We can show them that our members are compliant with the ISO training. So it's specifically
That's
identified
not how that
in the drop-down
works.
list of trainings.
That's not how any
and
of
people
this works.
Could identify this as an ISO training.
okay. But from this readout, you can't tell what specific discipline was covered in that training on
Hey,
the 5th
Konak,
of
you want to
August,
jump up on
2018 at
panel at some
12:30.
point to discuss the medical
No.
aspect of
Okay.
this with me? Come on. Come join me. Konak, you want to join? Konak, I'm going to go through the protocols and the stuff. Do you want to join me after?
Oh, you spoke a little bit about the title of incident commander on a given scene. Do you have any familiarity with how the individual who is going to be the incident commander is determined on any
Yeah,
given scene?
that's under FEMA. It's called It's called NIMS, the National Incident
So
Management
on-
System. And I
on
went through it
most
before.
scenes,
Not that
the
many
company
streams ago. I went through the
officer
entire fucking
is
thing.
by rote the incident commander, the first arriving company officer.
Okay,
Now that command
Aha.
can be transferred within
Kodak is
his
currently
crew
hunting microphone.
if,
Okay.
let's say, within his crew, or can be passed
I'll look in a
to a
minute.
different crew arriving at a different time.
okay. Is that usually done in your experience by rank, whoever the highest ranking person is?
That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
So there's a nuance, okay? Typically it is rank, but not necessarily. Like if the captain arrives second due, but has a specialty function or function is assigned by the IC, that captain will stay with his crew, stay with their crew. and perform that function will not take over incident command.
Okay.
The nuance being that the IC is the IC, but the highest ranking officer on scene is responsible for what happens.
Okay. All right. I just have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
What, to try to find more brain cells?
I don't know. Depends on whether or not he's got a quarter.
Let me take you back to a question I
Yeah.
asked you about potential discipline, and I asked you, in your experience as an administrator within AFR, what the consequences would be of somebody who let their license lapse in medic, and you said they would lose their job.
They
So-
would stand to lose their job.
As an administrator, in your experience, are disciplinary records kept and maintained by AFR within the department?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance and beyond the scope.
Response.
It goes directly to his knowledge of the policies and procedures and the consequences of violating those policies and procedures, which he has testified at length about.
Sustain.
Do you recall talking about the patient care report that was put together by Medic Cichunic? It's put up here on the screen.
Yes.
And those, and you recall being highlighted, like who writes those reports, how those reports are produced, written, drop-down menus, things like that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you were asked if this was Mr. Cichuniac's report, you said Mr. Cichunic completed that report, and you stressed the word completed. And I'm wondering why you did that.
Because that's what the report reports, that he completed. It is completed by, it doesn't say that every field in that report was filled out by Lieutenant Cichunic. And in fact, on scene, usually somebody other than the officer and the primary paramedic has the tablet and
You
is
mean the
filling
glowing clipboard?
in information as the scene progresses.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Oh boy.
Redirect.
Just say no. Don't
Deputy,
do
have
it.
a couple of questions
God damn it.
following up
Damn.
on council's question about the patient care report. You just testified that the report itself doesn't say exactly who entered what field. Is that correct?
Not
Not
true.
to my knowledge, no.
Okay. But at the end, it does say who completed the report. And actually, if we could pull up 282, thank you. And if we could go to the next page. And it says that the report was done by Lieutenant Cichunic. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so when a report is completed, someone signs off on it. Is that correct?
I struggle with sign off on it. It's reviewed. The person who completes the report we should have read the report in its entirety.
And
But
then,
this section that you're referring to, I believe, is just the narrative.
okay, and then if we can go. Okay, so if someone is signing the report, you said that they should have read the narrative.
Read all of it. Yes. Never sign something you haven't read.
Well, I'm gonna.
If they're
show
signing
thing
the
in a minute.
report, if you mean. So down at the bottom of the second page, it says report authored by. And that would tell me that that person reviewed the report.
Okay. And part of the review is reviewing it for accuracy.
Correct.
And is there an opportunity to reach out to the other members of the crew if anything needs to be clarified before authoring the report?
Certainly.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Sean.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. Can we get started with another witness?
Alice.
Are they trying to track down their next witness, or
I think it's a debate because lunch will probably go in 20 minutes.
All right, thank you.
No, we swore someone.
Please
said it
be
was
seated. And once you're comfortable, if you can state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Mark, M-A-R-C, Moss, M-O-S-S.
Your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Moss.
Good morning.
Will you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am a professor of medicine at the University of Colorado, and I am a pulmonary critical care physician.
Please explain what a pulmonary critical care physician is.
Pulmonary means lung, so I'm a lung specialist, and the reason that lung specialists take care of people that are critically ill is oftentimes people in an intensive care unit are very sick and put on a life support system called a mechanical ventilator. We've all heard of that due to the COVID pandemic. So people that are sick are often on this breathing machine or life support system, and that lung breathing
This doctor's
intersection
talking
is
in
why
crayon.
lung doctors also take care of patients in
What?
the intensive care
he's
unit.
doing what?
Talking in
Do you have
crayon.
several roles at the University of Colorado
Well,
Health Center?
if he's been
I
watching the
do.
same shit we have,
Like
Oh, I'm not
many
complaining, I'm
people
just
in
saying.
academic medicine, meaning working at a teaching facility.
probably
I
means he's been on the
take
stand like
patients
this
in the intensive
before.
care unit. I have administrative roles. I was the head of the pulmonary division for 5 years. And I also have a considerable research component of my job where I write grants to the National Institute of Health and then hopefully get those grants so that I can do research. So I have administrative, research,
Qualify him as
and
an
patient
expert and
care
move on.
components to my job.
Sounds like a lot.
It's fun.
How long have you been at University of Colorado Health Center?
I did some of my training at the University of Colorado. So I did my pulmonary critical care fellowship, which is after residency for 4 years from 1991 to 1995. I then took a job at Emory University and worked there for 11 years. And I've been back at the University of Colorado since 2006. So for 17 years, 17 and 4. So I've been there a total of 21 years.
And how long as a doctor overall?
I graduated from medical school in 1987, and that's when you get your medical degree. So I've been a doctor for 36 years, and you then do a residency, fellowship, and I took my first senior position in 1995. So I've been a senior attending physician for 28 years. It's a long time.
You've discussed a little bit about your education, but could you start at undergraduate and kind of lead us through what all you've done in order to do the job you have now?
Sure. So I grew up in Philadelphia and I went to Amherst College in Massachusetts for 4 years. When I graduated from Amherst, I went to medical school at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. I then stayed there for my residency in medical schools 4 years. I
So you were
stayed
at
there
Hop,
for
okay.
my internal medicine residency for 3 years and then moved to the University of Colorado for my pulmonary critical care training for 4 years. So the amount of training after college was 4 years
That's a
of
lot.
medical school, 3 years of residency,
Again, just we
and then
can
4 years
fucking
of pulmonary critical care training.
classify him as
So it's 11 years
an
of
expert and move
after
on.
college
I see
education.
Sandy. I'll get it.
Will you please explain to the jury what it means to be board certified?
There are different national boards that want to make sure that the physicians practicing in that area have the capability and the knowledge to do their job
He's an expert.
effectively.
Oh, okay. We can qualify him.
So because I did a pulmonary and critical care fellowship, that's the first part of it, that you did the appropriate training. And then you have to take an examination to show that not only did you do the training, but you had the proper knowledge base to do the job. An example of that is you want somebody who was trained as a pediatrician to do brain surgery, right? So that's why they have
Yeah,
the board
do that.
certification. So just your doctor there, that you work within your knowledge base and are doing the appropriate work.
Thank you. Are you board certified in any areas of medicine?
Yes, I'm board certified in the internal medicine that I kind of sort of grandfathered into, and then board certified in pulmonary, the lung part of it, and critical care medicine.
As part of your work as a critical care physician, do you evaluate and make determinations regarding brain death?
Yes, I do. That is part of the job description. And to anticipate the question.
I don't know,
that
Parson. We can ask him
probably
about the clipboard.
happens about twice a year on average. So I've been a doctor 30 some years. I've probably done somewhere around 60 to 70 brain death evaluations during my career.
Can you describe to the jury what a brain death is?
Yeah, so I think the first thing I'd want to describe is the way your brain functions so that you understand what
Yes,
happens when it
please.
doesn't work effectively.
Oh, my Lord.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt Dr. Moss, but I don't believe he's qualified next.
Well, I was getting there, Mr.
Okay.
Fellow.
Thank you.
I was just wanting the jury to understand what it is, but I'm happy to tender Dr. Moss now as a physician, as an expert in pulmonary critical care medicine and declaration of brain death.
I have no objection to that, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, the court will so qualify Dr. Moss.
All right, Dr. Moss, let's go back to, can you describe what brain death is?
So your brain has
wait
very
for
basic
on.
functions,
No one-
and then above that, it has the higher functions that sort of make us who we are. Those basic functions are things that the brain does that we don't have to think about and
Talking
do.
about brainstem
And it
functions.
relates back to the lung pulmonary side of things. One of the things your brain does is remembers to breathe for you. So if you think about it, you don't have to remember every 6 to 8 seconds to take a breath, or when you're sleeping, you don't either. The brain does it automatically for you. But you can override it. You can sit there and say, take a deep breath and breathe. That's that higher brain function. So when it comes to brain death, there are a few things to keep in mind. That higher brain function, the things that make you feel love, joy, empathy, anger, sadness, those are the higher brain functions, the cortical functions. And below that are the basic brainstem functions. The higher cortical functions that make us humans is very sensitive to not getting enough oxygen. The
So
lower
now let's
brain
discuss
functions that
anoxic
remember
brain
to breathe
injury.
for you are a little bit more resistant to not getting oxygen. So if you can demonstrate that somebody has lost the ability of their lower brain functions, you know that they've also lost their higher brain functions. So that's one thing I want you to understand. In general, when you think about if someone's passed away, you think that their heart and lung has stopped working and that their heart's not pumping blood to the rest of their body. Brain death is really a manifestation of life support systems. So what can happen is someone can be put on a breathing machine and be artificially, their heart and lungs are working, but their brain's already passed away. If they weren't on their brain had died
I think my
and
brain's
they
now
weren't on a
died.
breathing machine, they wouldn't remember to breathe. They'd stop breathing. They wouldn't get oxygen to their body and their heart would stop beating. So just realize brain death is a manifestation of the technology that therefore you wouldn't want to just keep someone alive on a breathing machine if their brain had passed away. The way you do the brain death examination, if you want me to go into that, or?
Let's have just
Okay.
pause. Is there a certain set of criteria in order to determine if a person is brain dead?
Absolutely. So it gets back to that breathing issue that we talked about. So what I want you all to do is I want you to take a breath.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna have you
God.
hold your breath for 10 seconds or so. At some point, you got the urge to take a breath, or you were going to get there. And if you think about it, when you were a kid, maybe you tried to see who could hold their breath the longest. And you get this sensation that you need to take a breath, okay? That sensation to remember to breathe is the most basic brain function we have. And that is all determined in your body by
Yes, Sandy,
the amount of
asystole
carbon dioxide
from
that's
the- your
built up in
keyboard's really
your
loud.
bloodstream.
Sandy,
What?
Your
asystole.
lungs breathe
Sandy, your asystole is the only
because you're trying
stable
to get
rhythm. I said your
oxygen into
keyboard's
your
really loud.
body
It's picking up
and
really
carbon
loud.
dioxide out of your body. If you're not breathing, the carbon dioxide levels build up and stimulate
Let's
the
discuss the
brainstem
hypoxic
function
drive.
to remember to breathe. And if that brainstem, that basic function's not working properly, that is what's
Yeah,
called
Koenig, I'm
an
gonna send it
apnea
to you in
test,
1
and that
minute.
is the basis of the brain death examination. You also have to do other components of it and make sure that some of the other basic fundamental parts of this brainstem function are also not working. For example, if you shine a light into your eye, your pupil constricts. If you stick something in the back of your throat, you gag. So you test other brainstem functions and show that there's no brainstem activity that is consistent with brain death. And there are other tests you can order, such as to measure brain wave activity, CAT scans to show images of the brain, and you put that all together to make the assessment of brain death. However, the most fundamental part of it is this breathing part of it to show that somebody's brain is not responding to the carbon dioxide levels because they're not breathing effectively.
Is this apnea test or evaluation and procedure widely accepted in the medical community?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, did you have Elijah McClain as a patient?
Yes, I did. I was the senior doctor or senior physician caring for Mr. McClain.
And when did you take over his care?
Mr. McClain was admitted to the hospital late Saturday night on August 24th. It's a tough job working in an intensive care unit, so we do it a week at a time and change over on Mondays. So I took over Mr. McClain's care on Monday morning, which would be August 26th.
And did you conduct this apnea test on Mr. McClain?
I did.
Did you follow the same method and procedures that you say have been held and respected in the medical community regarding this brain death test?
I did. And there are also standards that the hospital has in place, and we followed those also.
As part of your care for Mr. McClain, did you review his record when you took over his care on that Monday?
I did. We want to make sure that the transition of care from one attending physician to the next is as seamless as possible. So we talk on the phone with the team that was taking care of him beforehand.
Yeah,
And
Sandy, that can
in
be
this day and
rough. I know
age, with
people have been
electronic
taken off
medical
life
record
support and have
systems, you can go back
kind of
and
languished
review all the
for, you know,
records
a
on the
day
patient
or longer.
and understand
Wow.
what's been done and what procedures have been done and what situations going on for each of the patients
My dad was
that
gone
you're
in 3
assuming their
minutes.
care.
And as part of your review, were you familiar with whether or not x-rays were taken during his stay?
Yes, all the x-rays are part of the electronic medical record system, and you can go and see not only the report that the radiologist interpreted the film, but you can, of course, see the actual x-rays and review them for yourself.
Is the taking of x-rays a typical medical procedure for a patient in Elijah McClain's position?
Yes, especially chest x-rays, if that's what you were getting at. Because, again, he was on a breathing machine, which means there was a tube down the back of Mr. McClain's throat into his windpipe or his trachea that was blowing air into his lungs to breathe for Mr. McClain. And you want to make sure that the tubes are in the right place. And you can also obtain additional information about how the lungs look on chest x-ray that will help you take better care of the patient.
Thank you, Dr. Moss. I'm going to have you be shown 2 exhibits. May we show him 175 and then 176 just to Dr. Moss? Dr. Moss,
Yeah,
it should come
Sandy,
up on your
midline
screen.
shift is problematic.
Yeah, it did.
And do you recognize 175?
Yeah, so I was asked to,
Hold on, Dr. Moss, really quick. Do you just recognize it?
yes, I do.
Look at 176, please.
Yes, I
Okay, have
recognize
fun,
this
Carson.
also.
And just generally, what do you recognize 175 and 176 as?
They are chest radiographs or x-rays of Mr. McClain's chest that were performed while he was in the intensive care unit.
It's too bad we
Did you
can't actually see
initially
the
review
exhibits.
these
not
radiographs of
really.
Mr. McClain's chest in August of 2019?
I did when I assumed his care because these I formed before I took over the patient's care on the 26th.
And for this trial, did we ask you to review them again to make sure that the copies we have in our evidence are the same chest radiographs that you were looking at during Mr. McClain's care?
Yes, you did.
And were they the same x-rays?
Yes, they are. And just so you understand, the way you can figure that out is there are a lot of lines over them. You can make sure the line's in the exact same place. The reproduction of the x-rays are the exact same as the original x-rays.
Can you tell me whether or not there's identifying information on these x-rays that ties it to Mr. McClain?
Yes, in the upper left corner of the chest x-ray, which somebody's pointing at, it says the patient's name and his medical record number.
And in this case, what does this x-ray say is the patient's name?
It says McClain, Elijah, J.
And does it give specific numbers that are associated with his medical record?
It does. It includes his medical record number.
And is this a common practice for UC Health to have that information on the x-rays?
I'd say it's more than a common practice. I'd say it's universal.
Okay. And as medical records such as this
Hey,
kept in the
Anubis.
regular course of University of
Anubis,
Colorado as
hey,
Health
what's up?
business?
Yes.
And were these saved to his medical record?
Yes, they were.
Can you tell us a little bit about the timing? As soon as these x-rays are taken, how is it saved into Mr. McClain's medical record?
The technology has become pretty advanced, where the X-ray machine takes the X-ray and then can be downloaded directly from that machine into the medical record system.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move for admission of 175 and 176.
All right, questions or objections with respect to 175 and 176, please?
No questions or objections as to either one. Behalf of Mr. Cooper.
Join Your Honor.
All right, 175 and 176 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Moss, I now want to go back to your your examination regarding Mr. McClain's brain death and how that happened. When did you perform that test for Mr. McClain?
I performed the first brain death examination on the late morning of August 27th, which was the Tuesday of that week.
Was that approximately 11 o'clock in the morning?
That's what I would have said.
CNK,
yes.
I don't, but I
Could you
have
explain
the
to the jury a
entire
little bit
series
about
on
where
DVD.
you are and where Mr. McClain is when you're conducting this test?
Mr. McClain was in one of the medical intensive care unit rooms where he had been before. This is the type of exam that you don't need to move the patient to do. It can be done right in a regular medical intensive care unit room. And I was in the room with him, with the nurse and the respiratory therapist.
Can you explain how this process went for the jury?
Yeah, so what you do is you can measure the amount of carbon dioxide in somebody's blood by drawing blood from their artery. And what you want to show is that the patient is having higher carbon dioxide levels and not having any effort to breathe, as I had you do when you held your breath, and you'd want to have someone, if their carbon dioxide levels go up, take a breath. A normal carbon dioxide level for any of us is somewhere around 40 millimeters of mercury. It's just a number, but just to give you an idea. When you start to feel like you have to take a breath, the carbon dioxide level is probably 43 or 44, so pretty close to it. The way that brain death evaluations are performed is if the carbon dioxide level is above 60 and the patient has no effort to breathe, or a change of at least 20 from what the baseline level was, then that is consistent with an apnea test that is consistent with one of the criteria for brain
Check
death.
your email.
So what you do is, with Mr. McClain, is we took him off the breathing machine so that he's not breathing, took some oxygen and put it inside the breathing tube so that he's getting enough oxygen, and watched the patient as the carbon dioxide levels are increasing, and to see if he makes any effort to breathe. The first time we did the apnea test at around 11 a.m., we waited 4.5 minutes, and the CO2 level, the carbon dioxide level went from 50 initially up to 83.
Okay,
And
Sandy, let me
Mr.
know.
McClain, unfortunately, had no effort to breathe at that time.
Did you conduct a second test?
Yeah, you don't have to. The standards are that you can do one of these apnea tests. Sometimes for younger patients, it's recommended, or you can consider repeating the test. In this situation, I really wanted to give Mr. McClain every chance possible to get better. So
Hey,
I
hold it up
made
a
the
minute, I'll be
decision
right
to
back.
repeat the apnea test a few hours later. And we repeated it somewhere around 3 o'clock, so about 4 hours later. Did the exact same procedure, and his carbon dioxide level initially was 40, and it went up to 86 after 6.5 minutes. And again, during those 6.5 minutes, unfortunately, he made no effort to breathe. So again, getting back to what we said before, you know that the most primitive brain function's not working with all the other tests that were performed that were also consistent with brain death, you can make the assessment that unfortunately Mr. McClain was declared brain death at the end of the second apnea test.
And at that second test, are you once again sitting by his side, watching him?
Yes, and with other people, so that it's not just me, but there's a nurse and a respiratory therapist. And it's not subtle. People take a breath, and unfortunately, Mr. McClain had no effort to breathe, with a carbon dioxide level way above what it should have been to stimulate that part of the brain.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that you actually conduct other tests besides the apnea test. You talked about touching the eye, seeing if they blink or if they gag when you put something in their mouth. Did you also conduct those tests on Mr. McClain?
Yeah, so I did the other examinations of his what's called brainstem function, this basic brain activity, and unfortunately, Mr. McClain had none of those reflexes either. We also he had a head CT or a CAT scan done of his brain when he first came in that was also consistent with severe injury to his brain, likely due to a lack of oxygen. And importantly, but not only, when someone says sick as Mr. McClain was, we get continuous monitoring of his brainwave functions or EEG monitoring. And he had complete suppression of his brain wave activity on his EEG also. Now that alone doesn't by itself mean that he would be brain dead. It's why you do these other exams. And then there's also a blood test you can do, a neuroinolase test that was severely elevated, again, consistent with severe brain injury. So if you put together the blood test, the EEG, the results from the CAT scan, the other brainstem activities of eye reflexes, gags, and the apnea test, it was all consistent, unfortunately, with the diagnosis of brain death.
Yeah, at the time that you conducted these tests, why did you do it then? Did you see something in his medical record or in his presentation that you realized you thought he may be brain dead?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So when somebody was as sick as Mr. McClain when he first came into the hospital, you're doing everything you can to try to save his life. And one of the things you do is you cool the patients down. You lower their body temperature, because that's been shown in clinical trials to increase the risk of, or increase the possibility that brain function will recover, metabolism down in the brain. So we had done that. And when you do that, people don't like to be cooled. So you often have to sedate them and put them on a severe muscle relaxer. You do that. We did that for 36 hours, which is more or around the time that you're supposed to do it. And then when we let his blood temperature come up, or his body temperature come up, we stopped the sedation and stopped the muscle relaxer and realized he was not moving anything. And even on the breathing machine, you can set a respiratory rate of how much they're breathing. And often somebody would be over breathing the machine. So it's set at 16 times a minute, but someone's taking 4 extra breaths and they're breathing 20 times a minute. And unfortunately, when we stopped the sedation and stopped the muscle relaxer and let his body temperature come back up, he wasn't taking any breaths above the machine, and he wasn't moving anything in his body, which made the medical team, me, think that there was the possibility that he could be brain dead.
So then you did the series of tests that you've already testified to.
Correct.
So based on the tests and the other test results that you talked about, what conclusion did you reach?
That unfortunately, Mr. McClain was declared brain dead at 3:31 p.m. on Tuesday, August 27th,
2019.
2019. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay.
Have council approach, please.
Hello, Konak. How are you?
Okay, I think this is working. Famous last words.
Yeah, can you turn your volume up? You're really quiet.
Okay. Can you hear me better?
Keep going.
That's max. Let me see if I can.
Here, I can turn you up.
Okay.
Greetings, Konag.
Greetings. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, how's that?
Better.
Okay.
Okay. How
Well-
are you, Konak?
Chaos, bedlam, and confusion. My usual style.
It's the best style. It's what we roll with here in the lair.
One of the things that they've been talking about is the definition of brain death. I mean, it's fairly well set because so much of this depends on like organ
Folks,
donation.
Hold on one second.
We're going to go ahead and take
Hold
our
on one
lunch break now. It's edging up toward 10 minutes after 12 o'clock. If I could ask you to be back at roughly 25 minutes after 1 o'clock, and we'll resume the testimony. Please gather together down in the jury room. We'll get you up as close as we can to 125. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case, even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research. About an hour and a quarter.
Okay, Konak, there we go. Okay, back to our discussion.
Because I heard they were discussing brain death and the definition of that. I'm not sure if you know how much of my background. I'm a neurologist.
Yeah.
So brain death is sort of excluding your politicians. So I better be careful. I may be stepping on somebody's.
No, you're allowed to. This channel, you're good.
Okay. But by the time you get to a brain death determination, things are fairly well mute in terms of the court issues. They're just trying to make a statement that the doctors didn't kill the patient was supposedly killed before he got into the ER.
Mm-hmm.
You use isotope scans, blood flow determinations, EEGs. More and more we've determined or gotten used to using brain scans like MRIs with dye to see how much blood flow there is. Or you even don't have to use dye nowadays. I'll do an MRI that doesn't have the dye, but I can get a blood flow determination.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see the blood flow is absent in the brain, then you know, oh, it's not a good thing. And that is something I can show to the families that
Right.
this is bad. And you show it to them and they realize, oh dear. Isotope blood flows are also beneficial here. The brainstem reflexes are helpful. As he was talking, if you see reflexes, you can't have brain death.
Right.
But again, you can still have the cerebral hemispheres basically ruined to a point of no long-term quality of life.
Right. And I tell patients, I used to tell family members and patients and things all the time that, drowning, certain injuries, the person's suffering from what we call an anoxic brain injury.
Exactly.
The brain has not been getting, oxygen. And we have drownings where someone was under for a really long time and even though, and we try to explain to families, even though their heart might be beating, it's because their brain hasn't told the brainstem yet that they're dead. We got to catch up over here. And I tell people all the time, we can keep certain people alive indefinitely on a vent, depending on brain function, but they have absolutely no higher function. The lights are on, no one is home. They don't know what's going on. We are mechanically keeping the physical body alive. Unfortunately, I'm sure you've run into it. There are many people that want to keep people in a persistent vegetated state because they're not ready to let go.
And that's why it's good, particularly with the MRI films, showing families where the brain has died.
I've seen ones that they didn't care.
I understand, but
I'm always like, that's crazy.
Part of that too is having to be where you have to be extremely strict is for the organ donations.
Right.
And
those organ donations,
we declare them expire. In most states, the definition of death is when the physician states it is.
Right. And you also see it, and I'm sure you've run into this, where families will fight you
Mhm.
on declaration of death and removing artificial, like the vent and life support, and they want them transported to another facility to keep them on indefinitely. And the physician and the insurance and everybody are like, no, they're dead.
And in those cases, where you then have the hospitals that bring in the courts and
Yeah, and it's a
and
mess.
come in and they basically declare based upon the criteria. But that allows another lawyer from the family side to argue the case, and it keeps everybody, at least it keeps everybody's hand in it, and then you can go by the science.
Right, and unfortunately, it people still believe what they want to believe.
Oh yeah.
But what I want to pull up on screen, one of the things I want your input for everybody on. So let's stop this one. And
Yes.
Something's beeping here.
What?
um,
Something's beeping down here. When you get a chance, go ahead and go with it.
Okay.
I could do something in the microwave.
there we go. Okay, so first, I'm gonna bring up this. This is the Colorado. Zoom it in.
By the way, since I came in late, do you know how much Versed? I'm assuming it's Versed they gave them.
No, they gave ketamine.
Okay.
So I'll give you the easy thing before we break over to here. So the patient, and they'll testify later to what was going on. Essentially, it was an altercation with police where it was perceived to be excited, agitated, combative, agitated delirium. They got medics involved. The paramedics hit this kid with 500 milligrams of ketamine IM. Their protocol at the time, the dosing was, 4 to 5 milligrams of ketamine
And he got half a gram.
per kilogram. He weighed 143 pounds, so about 60-ish kilograms. They gave him, the dose essentially almost for a standard adult. Now, people are asking, why ketamine? And I was explaining the reason, there we go. The reason we use ketamine a lot of the time, did I go up too high? That we use ketamine is because it generally does not have respiratory depression associated. Comments? I mean, over an opiate or a benzo, we don't generally have to worry about as much as about respiratory depression, right?
Yeah. So much what I'm used to is Versed or Ativan, but with the shortage of Ativan recently, more Versed.
Yeah, and we carry Versed. They carry Versed, Etomidate, Ativan, Halperidol. I believe some of them have vecuronium, fentanyl, morphine. Yeah, so we carry a fair amount. But, so if you're looking at excited delirium, I've been trying to explain, that we give ketamine because it doesn't carry, here we go, some of those side effects, right? It's an NDMA receptor. And
the key thing is you have somebody who's getting violent, and you need to keep down injury, not only to them, but those around you, in a way that you want to sedate the patient for control of the vital signs.
Right. And that's what I've been trying to explain. I think maybe you'll be a better one to explain it, that patients can be a danger to themselves from the constant struggle.
Well, definitely. And you don't, at this point, you do not know if this is a psychiatric break. You do not know if this is a cocaine or meth exposure. You do
Right.
not know if this is a post-seizure, which I've seen so often this way.
Yeah, post-ictal psychosis.
Exactly. And they can be quite violent in a post-ictal manner for a seizure.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen so much cocaine. I mean, somebody may smoke several joints of weed and think it's just weed, but it's been laced with meth.
Yeah, or you get the ones that are laced with embalming fluid.
Oh Lord,
Yeah, they call it wet.
And it's.
I wonder why.
Oh, it acts like PCP.
It is so scary. But the first thing, you have to sedate the patient to get control, because they're also a risk for aspiration, the risk of pneumonia. You want to have control of the cardiopulmonary system.
Right.
Number one goal, control the patient's vitals. And people don't understand, but you have to sedate them. And neurologists are not fond of sedating. It's a constant fight between pulmonary doctors and neurologists. I don't want my patients sedated. We got to sedate them. But in this early stage, you have to sedate to get control of the vital signs.
Right, and to make sure they don't harm themselves.
Or aspirate.
Right, and people
Or attack a
don't.
nurse.
Well, I mean, that's not even like the situation here, though. But so, people are.
And so
kind of
that dose of
fixated.
ketamine, while on the high side, isn't, I mean, nothing to prosecute somebody for manslaughter.
So the issue that everybody's running into, and that's why I said I'm not doing a ton of research because I want to see the testimony on it, is that they are claiming the medics gave him 500 milligrams of ketamine, they OD'd him, and did not recognize that he arrested or was in respiratory arrest. So
Were they bagging him or?
That's what we're waiting to see.
Okay.
We're waiting for them to come testify on that. The medics are saying we gave 500 milligrams of ketamine. And yeah, it's a high dose. But as I've explained here, and you can attest to, we can bag you through it or intubate you through that while it wears off. There's nothing that, it's not going to cause an issue if we're ventilating you.
Exactly. You have control.
Right. So initially, and people were asking in all of this, initially, there were no criminal charges against the medics and police. Those were filed after the fact, and they're asserting that they didn't provide life support. Now, the protocol, and like I said, this is what we're waiting to see, you have to have end tidal monitoring when you've given it. So we are trying to, we're waiting to see that. But here's what I wanted to, run by you here. So we're talking about medical direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you used to be in an emergency room.
And that is, I appreciate the emergency room doctors. That is hell on a constant minute by minute basis.
Right. But what I've been trying to explain to people is, look, in the field, you have very limited things you can do, for one. But for two, we can take an action. So let's say they give the ketamine. You call the ER to tell them you're coming, and you have to relay all of this. And you have online medical direction.
Yes.
We operate under a protocol. And people keep saying, well, the doctor this. You're operating under those doctors' medical license. So I'm sure you ran into the paramedics will call you, ask to talk to a doc for online medical direction when something falls outside of the scope. And you guys can guide us through what you want us to do.
Exactly. And it's a team approach.
Right. And I don't, by weapons, I don't think, and you can, 500 milligrams of ketamine, yeah, it's on the high side, but that's not enough for, to call, for respiratory depression in someone of that size, unless it's a polysubstance issue. But originally, the death certificate read that it was complications
Makes
from
sense to me.
agitated delirium. They didn't bring the ketamine into it until the family pushed and had another post done, and that's when the criminal charges were filed. So, another part of the discussion is, and I know this is coming up later, that the police told the medics to dose him because of the agitated delirium. And I've tried to explain. So the ketamine they carried is 500 milligrams and 5 ml.
Yeah.
Even to give him 300 or 350, and I mean, you can give your opinion on this. It's really hard when somebody's fighting, you're trying to give an IM injection.
That is still not, I mean, I've seen so much higher doses.
Right, but I'm just saying, but in general, you're trying to give an IM injection to a combative patient.
You don't want to break the needle in them.
Right, and the likelihood is you're going to end up giving everything that's in the syringe.
And again, that I have 3 levels of discussion when I talk to my patients. I have the and then the SHI,
Yeah.
routine. This is in the level, not the level that gives me instant diarrhea thinking about it. That makes sense?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, 500 milligrams of ketamine is it's not a negligent dose. So I think a lot's going to come down to airway and what they were doing and maintaining his airway and his oxygenation. But I don't know if you want to explain, and maybe your explanation will do better, as to why agitated delirium is so dangerous.
You get hit, you may not have control of your respiratory system. Again, the aspiration is a big problem. These people end up on ventilators for 3 to 4 weeks because of aspiration pneumonia. You're looking at, are they seizing? What else is going on? If they're agitated, if it's because cocaine or meth, are they going to go into a cardiac arrest on you? You want immediate control.
Right, and I don't know if you can maybe explain to people how essentially you can see agitated delirium with the extreme agitation where it essentially short circuits the brain with all the fighting.
Well, and again, that goes.
And they just stop.
The cardiac issue is the biggest worry.
Right.
Cardiac arrest. And
Yeah,
again, you want
you can-
control of all of the heart function. You want control of the blood pressure. You want control of the respiratory. You want control of everything so you can ascertain what the blazes is going on with this individual.
Right, but can you maybe explain why someone in agitated delirium that's highly combative, why their heart would just stop?
Blood pressure shoots sky high. All the stress. It's so easy to provoke the heart into an arrhythmia in these settings. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The brain itself is dependent upon the heart and the lungs. It itself has some degree of security, but the blood pressure starts going up. You get worried about hemorrhaging, which I'm assuming they ruled out in this case. I've seen patients come in with hemorrhaging in the brain, being psychotic, massively combative. And then you find they're resting now. And then you realize, no, they got a bleed that's extending. But you don't know what is going on in these people. So you want to control things, then you study them, find out what's going on. You stabilize them for the ER. I've seen all of these happen. But you got to stabilize the patient for the cardiovascular issues. Brain death is more of a problem from heart stoppage, pulmonary stoppage, other causes. Am I explaining it?
Yeah, I think what I've been trying to get across to people is, regardless of what was going on, you have to sedate a person that is fighting that hard, because fighting that hard is so much stress on the heart, the lungs, the brain, that they will code regardless of medication. Someone that's in true agitated delirium, fighting that hard, if you don't sedate them, can cardiac arrest, and it have nothing to do with medication.
Yes.
And I think that's where people are having some of it, because that was the initial cause of death, was chalked up to that.
Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
This BP second, what's going on?
I'm going to have to step out for just a minute and I'll be right
Oh,
back.
well, take your time. I'm gonna actually break a little bit for lunch and then we'll come back
Okay.
and we'll bring you back later. How's that?
Okie dokie.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Well, that was nice. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. You're like, yeah, we can talk what we want. The guys dead. Who gets pain? You know, the system does not necessarily kill people despite the flowcharts. I have had patients, in excited delirium, and I'm comfortable saying this because he has openly talked about it. Jerry, who's always here, when Jerry has seizures, he has been called post-ictal psychosis. He beat the ever-living bejesus out of several police officers and himself, and literally lost an entire week with the psychosis. People fighting that hard can arrest. So kind of regardless, we can't just say that it's the flow chart that did the problem. That was the problem. The entire incident kicking off is the problem. Holding the paramedics responsible for some of this to a point is a witch hunt. But we'll see, because I can't speak until we get the rest of the chart. One of the things I was arguing with the monitors, guys, is that is this a good picture? So we use a reporting software, which is on the glowing clipboard. The monitor they're referring to uploads into the chart. So he's like, well, when you make entries in times, you have to call. No, they're synced. So at the end of the call, it'll download into the electronic charting, and it will show their vital signs on the monitor the entire time because they're connected. So they don't have to enter the vitals. So it'll be interesting to see what the vital signs are.
Because if his blood pressure and heart rate are too high.
Well, no, we're worried about the capnography. The capnography will tell you about the breathing, which is the issue for the brain death. But that uploads. They're talking about, one of the things I was irritated, right? We're talking about, well, who wrote this? Who wrote that? What people don't understand is we can start a chart, okay? And it'll populate in like the dispatch times and all of that stuff. And my EMT, a lot of the times, if I have a ton of charts, will fill in the demographics. And then I'll go back and write the narrative. And they're saying, well, there's no way to tell. There is. Because you have to log into the charting system. So it'll show you who typed what. You can pull it.
The loveliness of computerization.
But a lot of times, my EMTs would enter like past medical history and demographics and, the information from the call of like what time people got where, make sure my monitor uploaded. GMK, why ketamine over other sedatives? So benzodiazepines like Versed, Ativan, and all of those, they cause marked respiratory depression. So do opiates. Ketamine does not have that effect. Ketamine also does not drop your blood pressure. So it's considered a safer sedative in those cases because you're sedated, but I don't have to worry about respiratory depression. Now, if you overdose them or they have polysubstance or other things in their system, it can depress the respiratory system, but we can take over for that. If that makes sense.
Yep, control
that's why, right, and that's why you want to go to ketamine. Now, they do carry Haldol, which is a really heavy antipsychotic. The problem is Haldol causes what we call tardive dyskinesia. It causes dystonic reactions, which are like the face will be screwed up and they're non-voluntary movements. And it's a side effect, and then you have to use Benadryl and things to reverse it. So generally we just use ketamine. And it's a very safe drug. Even at the level they gave, it's a safe drug. The question is going to be, were they following the other things? You know, were they monitoring his vitals and his airways?
They're going to focus on the ketamine.
Oh, they already have. And that's my issue. You can't demonize the drug. And the reason it initially wasn't even brought up is because, yeah, and Sandy says, despite a sedative, the heart will seize and stop. Extreme stress like that can make somebody's heart stop. And that's the problem you run into. Right? Well, that right there is going to be the problem you're running into. That if the heart just stops, you know, what are we doing? Kind of thing. So they said what, 3:25 after or quarter after?
25 after.
Okay. If you want to play Quiplash, I will pop it. You can pop it up and I'll add it and then I'll run downstairs and
All
eat
right,
real quick.
give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Let me grab the party starter because I can.
That's fine.
switch
I'm
over.
just going to run downstairs and eat because I've been up.
Okay.
Let me see.
Yeah, 25 minutes after 1 is what they said.
Okay. But yeah, GMK, that's why you would generally use it because overall it's got a safer profile and less of an issue over the other sedatives. Spencer, he's an administrative deputy chief over personnel.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm going through my questions. Give me a second. Like I said, guys, it was Spencer. It was settled civilly, and then the family went back and had another inquest into it with all the outcry because this happened right after George Floyd.
Oh, jeez.
And then that's when the criminal charges were brought. So they settled for $15 million, and then criminal charges were filed. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get to this real quick. Okay, but Caroline, it wasn't an overdose. The huge dose did not end the life specifically. It was a contributing factor, and that is not a huge dose. That is... Oh, it's okay, Sandy. It is still well within the realm of a safe dose of the drug. No, Caroline. The problem still could have occurred with a correct dosage. Again, agitated delirium can cause cardiac arrest. They did not overdose him. Weight guessing protocol does not need help. We gave an initial loading dose. That dose is still far below what you would need for clinical overdose. You guys play what you guys want to play. I'm going to run downstairs and eat, and then Karnag will bring you back on when they are back. I'm going to run out and eat. Croc is going to hold it down. So have fun, Croc.
Yep, I'm good. All right. Do we want Quiplash or Trivia Murder Party? Let's start with Quiplash. We'll start with the Quiplash, and then we'll go. Then we'll go for that. If we don't have enough people for a decent game of Quiplash, we can always back it up.
and the room code is YVGX.
It's not working. It's not going to work there. Something else running in the background at the moment. Come on, folks. Got to have at least 3 to even start the game. ICS Andy Nerd. Where's our Konag? We want some Konag too. Hey, how you doing, Mama Bear? Konag. Yay for Konag. We'll get to see more of Konag's sense of humor. And yes, folks, don't forget to smash that like button. Come on. Might have to switch to trivia because, well, we can play that without a larger number of people. Come on. Anybody else? No? Come on, folks. You can do it. Come on into your Texas Mama Bear. You know how. There's a click even. Oh, come on. Come be a smart ass in here. It'll be great. All right. Not enough takers for Quiplash. That's unfortunate. That doesn't work. Okay. Navy attacks. Yay. Not going to be a long game this way, but at least we got a game. One of us. Yes, you can do that on a PC. Just clicking the link, it'll bring it up in your browser. Cheap and easy. See, you can even turn it into a giant green. You can even turn it into a green dildo. It's great. Come on. Ooh, we got 5. 5? Yeah, okay. 5 is a good place to start. We can do that now. But Sandy is still our VIP.
And we're a go for Quiplash 3, the college years.
Uh-oh.
Schmitty's my name and gentle sarcasm is my game.
Bullshit.
Let's go. And remember, you still get to vote if you're in the audience. Type in that room code to join. Time for round 1. You'll answer 2 prompts on your device in any way you want, and then each of your responses will square off against someone else's. The remaining players vote on their favorite. Easy, right? You're going to get points based on the percentage of votes you get, so don't hold back.
Boo-boo-doo-boo-doo. You can do it, Koenig. 30 seconds. Ish.
Tick tock, time's almost up.
Don't forget to hit enter and submit.
Okay, the writing phase is in the books. All right, let's begin. Kicking things off, a bumper sticker a goose would put on its car.
Okay.
Let's vote.
Goose. Yeah, it wasn't. Goose wasn't too bad, actually.
The forbidden meat comes from what animal?
Ooh.
Okay, choose your favorite.
No hunting, yeah. Oh, double entendre there, Sandy. That would have been good. Oh, I actually picked that one because you spelled it correctly.
And next is, you know it's bad when your mom says, I'm not Dad, I'm blank. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Well done, Sandy. Well played.
Next one up. You know the lottery scratch-off ticket won't pay out much when the goal is to get 3 blank.
Off.
And we're left to wonder what could have been.
3 points. Sorry.
Next up. It should be illegal to put blank in a buffet.
I don't.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Yeah, that would be a much bigger crime. I'm not even sure how you would do that. Huh.
And that was round 1.
You have no idea what kind of tissue's actually in a hamburger or a hot dog or a chicken nugget.
Okay, round 2 is knocking on the door. Prompts are a little more challenging, so the points are doubled.
Yeah, right. Oof.
Almost out of time. Don't forget your safety quips. Do this.
I refuse to use safety quips if I don't have to.
Up to bat, we have the weird hazing ritual astronauts must endure on their first space mission. Okay, time to choose.
Oh boy, why did I know that was coming? Need spacewalk? No.
Let's see the next one. Daddy, where do we go when we die? All right, vote for the one you like best.
Space tricky. Yeah, I know, right? There may be a safety quip here. Nope. But it got voted for really good.
And next, what called Hulk Dog? Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
I want to know how much ketamine you would need to do that. Somebody explain to me how much ketamine you would have to have.
Really like to see in tomorrow's newspaper. And now pick your favorite.
Oh, jeez. Oh, that's going to be rough. Oh.
All right, check this out. An awesome side effect. of
Correct,
climate
zombie,
change,
yes.
Hopefully. All right, choose your favorite.
I think I'm up against Sandy here. Or Caroline. One or the other. Ha! Yes. I was right. It was Sandy.
Round 2 is through. Let's see how things shook out.
Yep. Wow. I'm actually doing okay today.
Welcome to
I'm amused.
Riplash, a no-holds-barred quipaganza. You'll each get a prompt that needs 3 separate responses.
Comedy optional.
Great. And due to the fact that we have an odd number of players,
See you later, Texas Mama
you'll be
Bear.
competing against moi. Lucky you.
Koenig versus Schmitty. Let's see how it works. Come on. I want to see what Koenig comes up with.
Okay, it's
cool.
rip time. What are the 3 things you need for the best bachelor party ever? All right, people, it's voting time.
Oh. Oh. Damn, I'm sorry.
The 3 steps to castrating a horse.
Oh.
Time to pick the one you like best.
Sure, why not? Well done, Sandy. Well done.
Summarize your last romantic encounter in 3 words.
Oof.
And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Now, if the Wolverine had been live, that'd be a lot funnier. Ooh.
I guess this is really happening. Let's see the final scores.
I am no longer in first place. Yep, Sandy got me by over 1,000 points. Good job, Sandy. Okay, it looks like we still have some time. So let's get everybody. We're exiting to the back. Yes, we are. Let's get everybody into some trivia trouble. I'll keep that window over there for now. If I need it, I'll break it out. Should play. Ding ding ding.
Your room code is RMVW.
All right, you can use the same window now and type in RMVW. That's Romeo, Mike, Victor, Whiskey. It should say disconnect. It probably popped up as disconnected. And then all you do is click the button that says OK, and you can enter another room code. This one isn't so much typing. Click the button. Come on. Come on, Caroline, you can do it. Let's go. Mama Bear poops, so we need to do. So we got to do something. We got to do something else because we can play on 3 people, but 5 is still better. Hell, we could play with 1 person. Off. BP phones. Come on. All right. Yeah, I got it. Hey, Caroline. Hi. All right. I'll give it a minute or so for anybody else to turn up that wants to. And then we're rolling. I'm just wondering who calls it speed dial anymore. Guess we've already beat that game. Ah, okay, cool. You folks ready? Two, one, go. See, we need Anubis and CCW. That's what we need. Because that would be fun.
So after this round, guys, I'm going to cut this, and later tonight,
My game that I won't bother telling you the name of because you turned tutorials off.
something.
First question. Where's the oldest university in Europe? Use your device to answer the question.
Oh.
Croc,
Yeah.
did you hear me?
We're going to be cutting the live stream off after.
Yeah, we're gonna cut it after. Yeah, and then we're gonna come back and we'll do the rest tonight. I have to go handle something.
Okay.
So.
The correct answer is.
Well,
Who got the
I'd say
question
go,
right?
but I can't do it. But I can't.
No,
cut
no, it's fine. I'll wait till we're done with the
Okay.
game.
Rest of you, come with me.
This could be over quick.
We're in room 105.
Yeah.
This one is good.
Oh no.
I'm giving each of you a telephone, but I only have 2 phone numbers. Dial one of these numbers on your rotary phone before anyone else, or you die.
Andy, yeah, we'll do the rest of it this evening. We'll do this afternoon. I just got to go handle something real quick.
Know how to work a rotary phone.
But Sandy, we'll be back this afternoon, and then tomorrow we will be on at 11 a.m. because that's when they start again. 9 a.m. Mountain Time. So we'll be back tomorrow too.
Yeah, I will be awake by then,
That's fine. I'll send
so
it.
I will be here.
We will be live. Yeah, we're gonna do this gavel to gavel. We're gonna, postpone this afternoon's stuff to a little bit later so I can handle something real quick.
It's 4248.
If the line is dead, then you're dead too.
Off. All we have left now is Sandy and Koenig.
Just in case you like scores.
Hey,
here's
Phil.
where I keep them.
Hey, Phil.
Let's keep moving. Satan's not the only deity I worship. I'm also obsessed with the great Dolly Parton.
Oh, jeez.
Who did Dolly Parton beg? Please don't take my man.
I know.
Jolene.
But don't tell them.
I can tell them whatever I want to tell them. It's my channel.
Who picked this?
Oof.
Which leaves only you. I want to show you something. Welcome back to the killing room. It's my old friend, the loser wheel.
Yeah, Koenig, you're dead, Koenig. I've only ever seen this one grant life twice.
I love taking this thing out for a spin.
Ice.
Marina. Let's try another one.
Shouldn't Sandy be the winner?
PG's first appearance.
That one. I know. Pretty sure I had a copy of that game at one point.
Who picked this?
Yep.
Everyone is wrong. It's time.
Uh-oh, Sandy.
Let's see who has ESP. Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die.
We don't know what
Write your answers now.
we don't know what the words are. If we're not in the game, we don't know what the answers are. Or the words are. Type quick.
Time's almost up.
That's interesting.
One of you didn't answer. I can't have that in my game. Here are the answers for whatever that's worth now. That's strange. I could have sworn you messed up big time and died before getting to the final round, but I guess I imagined the whole thing? I'll pay closer attention from now on. It's time for the next question. Why are brown eggs usually more expensive than white eggs?
Yeah, no, the stopwatch is actually keeping my system time. That's funny.
Who picked this? Everyone is wrong.
Again.
Follow me. Let's use one of my cousin Aloysius's old stage props. Pick a space in this box to hide yourself. I'm not sure if there's oxygen, so try food. It's time for the volunteers. I'm giving you a very sharp sword. On your device, choose a row or a column to run your sword through. If you have trouble picking a spot, just take a stab at it.
Oof. It's a bad joke. A very bad joke.
On guard. Yeah.
Oh! Double tapped.
If you think I'm gonna just keep handing out do-overs to get you to the final round, you're wrong. Bye-bye.
Everybody died. Magic box accident. Loser wheel, of course.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, guys. I'll catch you guys after dinner. I'll put the stream up. I'll see you guys then.
All right. See you there.